am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and this is our Sustainable Saturday show. Good evening. Welcome. As you know, this country is in dire need of clarity, and you'll find that here. We have a lot of really good ideas, and I can tell you that a lot of the ideas have come from people in our show who've given us good input, and I could also tell you that more people in this show are more intelligent by far than Ocasio-Cortez. It seems that she put her foot in her mouth the other day when she said that she would have taken the $3 billion that she has and was going to give to Jeff Bezos and given it to hospitals. No, it's a tax incentive. They didn't have that money in their pocket. New York didn't have that money in their pocket. They weren't going to give it to Jeff Bezos. It was an incentive. She doesn't even understand the meaning of incentive for businesses. And what's really ironic is she cost the Bronx community and Long Island a lot of business by making that calculated error. It turns out that she has a degree from Boston U, or Boston City College in economics, and she brags about that too, which is very seriously messed up. Boston University costs $70,000 a year to go there. This person who claims to be so poor and all that and has a credit rating of 400, barely handled her own finances, she would have had to have had an incredible background in math just to get that degree. She says she's a nerd and bragged about her academic credentials. She tweeted last month, or this month, how many other House Democrats have a degree in economics like I do? And then she would have had to go through at least advanced calculus to get to that degree, and macro and microeconomic theory. To not know that a tax incentive is not money in your hand is a calculated error of the utmost, and no one could even possibly imagine how she got to where she is today. Well, we've talked about that quite a bit I don't have the phone right now, sorry. And don't keep spamming that. Yeah, you can't spam in here. No, the phone is currently occupied. Sarah's on it. Okay, now we've got other things in the news that are equally as disturbing. Ann Coulter put it very, very aptly. She said that the only emergency that Trump should declare is that we have an idiot for a president. Well, he said it in such a way, claiming that we've got a serious emergency, that it seems as if Donald Trump doesn't even have a clue as to what an emergency is. Let's listen to the Trumpster talk about the emergency we have. And he really did an intro with "it's an emergency." He outroed it. It was right on the outside of his speech that we have an emergency. And now he's playing golf at Mar-a-Lago. So I have a feeling that we have an emergency, and it's one of his golf clubs is possibly broken. I don't know. We're not sure.
National emergency. And it's been signed many times before. It's been signed by other presidents. From 1977 or so, it gave the presidents the power. There's rarely been a problem. They sign it. Nobody cares. I guess they weren't very exciting.
Build that wall. Build that wall.
Now, Trump stole my idea of the 1,000-mile fence, and he called it a wall. And to this day, he has not used the word fence publicly. All I can tell you is that Ann Coulter made a very apt statement. So did Rush Limbaugh. He said that Trump would never build a wall, and he was right. Trump abandoned the entire wall idea to accept the $25 billion that they're offering in general border security in the bill, without making any changes or abbreviations to the bill and cutting the spending, outrageous spending the Democrats have put forth. Trump didn't do any jockeying to manipulate the bill at all. And he just came right back and said, I want the money, and then he didn't get it. Now he's just willing to accept whatever they give him. Sign the bill so we can keep the government running, because that's important. But without cutting the budget and cutting the excess fat in our daily output, we are not really making any progress. So Trump missed an opportunity here. And what's really disturbing, if you read the fine print of this new bill that Nancy Pelosi put in front of him, and I don't even think Trump has read the fine print, it actually eliminates veto power from Donald Trump on border activities. This is really unprecedented. It gives it to the individual states to veto border activities. It's as though they're trying to emasculate him and neuter him at the same time. I would not sign the bill if I were him, because frankly, it's going to ruin his ability to build that wall. But whatever. They're going to build 50 miles for $1.3 billion, total cost of $25 billion. They'll never get there. I have the amazing idea, which we've talked about in our show, of putting a $1 billion proposal together using containers. And this container fence idea, I'm going to leave it on the screen for you to, tell it to everybody. We worked through the numbers. We have enough containers. We have enough to cost. We can cover it. These things cost $2,000 a piece. It's a lot cheaper to cover that area than any type of concertina wire and fencing that he's building. So this can be greased down. We can build these things so they're completely greased down. You can't climb up them. We can put concertina wire along the top within this budget too. Fill the containers with tilapia. Yeah, really, raise fish in the containers. The containers have use, for real. We could actually make areas for people who are seeking asylum to live in, facing Mexico. We can do that. We can cover the backside with shotcrete, making it almost like a huge barrier, so you can't even take a settling torch to it and cut through it. We can put a network of netting, which can identify any location where the system is breached, right down to the inch that it's being breached. We can absolutely secure the border with this fencing idea, a container fence. Very simple. Add solar panels, power up electric lines. We could, on the tip of this thing, right here, along the top, we could run a rail of electric. So if you did get up to that point, you'd get zapped with about 100,000 volts of electricity. That wouldn't be unsafe for the birds. Well, maybe it would. The birds would sit and go zap. There'd be a lot of dead birds there. That would be a terrible thing. All right, the Latinos will enter through tunnels. No, they won't be able to tunnel under here because inside of each one of these, we can put sound equipment that is so sensitive. I don't know if you're aware, but microphones are incredibly cheap right now. We can build a sound system that's so sensitive that the entire container will act as a diaphragm. You know how the doctor listens to your heart with a stethoscope? I'm sure they're still using stethoscopes in medical areas. It's the same concept. We can hear what's going on underground. Plus, we could run a road beside this whole thing on the other side facing America. And we can run, you don't know that, yeah. We can run a mobile unmanned vehicles that can travel up and down with X-ray equipment going way down to the ground. We will stop the tunnels, I assure you. They're not going to be able to get under areas not like Nogales, where over 160 tunnel operations have been stopped by our Border Patrol. I don't think this El Chapo is going to escape at all. He's going to go to. He cried. I mean, the El Chapo, the real El Chapo, is still at large, in my opinion. Unless they have proof that the DNA matches El Chapo, he doesn't look like the original guy. There's something wrong with him. Yeah, and catching him in 2017 was way too easy. That's suspicious. It's almost like they handed some guy who looked just like him over. And the real El Chapo wouldn't be crying with his life sentence. It's ridiculous. You know, it is interesting, though, is the real El Chapo was stating, even this guy was stating in his case that he's been funding U.S. officials for years to get his drugs into the country. A lot of truth came out in that court hearing that was sealed. As soon as he started talking about that, they shut down the court case. And this may be the real guy. I mean, we don't know. I'm just saying it could be a fake, but they shut down the court case and they went silent. They won't talk about all the payoffs he made to public officials. The government doesn't want anyone to know about it. Now remember, this guy was really happening during Eric Holder's time in Fast and Furious. Yeah, Eric Holder was never prosecuted for sending 65,000 guns over to the drug cartels for free. And one of those guns came back and killed a Border Patrol agent, we know for sure. Obama was never prosecuted. Eric Holder was never prosecuted. They're covering up something. There's drug trafficking going back the other way. And I agree with Donald Trump. Nancy Pelosi is lying about the border. Nancy Pelosi is saying that only the drug deals are going through the ports of entry, like airports. Not true. The drugs we're really dealing with are the ones we can't catch through these open areas in the fencing needs to be bolstered and built up. That's why we need a fence. That's why I've been fighting for the 1,000-mile fence, and now the Democrats think that we should tear it down. Beto O'Rourke said that we should tear down the fence we have. I mean, I'm telling you, the Democrats should be called the Democrats. They have become like dunces. They have no idea how to protect this country, and they become useless. Look what they brought us, Obamacare. Everyone now has a $10,000 deductible if you can even afford health insurance. Give me a break. Not going to happen. We're not going to take that fence down. Okay, was the real Chapo Guzman captured? Social media thinks authorities have a fake one. Let's take a look at this very important link you just sent me. Thank you. I think he's fake too. Let's take a look at the analysis. I have not seen this. Thanks for that link. True Blue 2018. Yeah, differences in their faces and ears. Yep. There's no clear evidence that suggests that he's not El Chapo. All right, well. I'll have to analyze these pictures. There's a significant difference in their faces. I mean, this... Yeah, let me get to the front of the picture here. This face alone, you just see it right there. It's like staring at you in the face. The nose is what I noticed was most different. Look at the nose. Yeah. Okay. Gracias, amigo. Back to you in the studio. Nancy Pelosi is an example of how completely out of control the Democrats are, putting a woman like her in front of the American people as our choice. Our choice in case we don't have a president or vice president. Can you imagine Nancy Pelosi making decisions about our country if she were president? Look at this woman. She can barely talk.
He signs this bill. Do you still plan to file a legal challenge if and when he does that, and how quickly would you?
Did I ever say I was filing a legal challenge?
You said Democrats
I
would
may.
challenge.
That's an option, and we'll review our options. But it's important to note that when the president declares this emergency, first of all, it's not an emergency. What's happening at the border? It's a humanitarian challenge to us. The president has tried to sell a bill of goods to America. But putting that aside, just in terms of the president making an end run around Congress, here he said, let us respect what the committee will do, and then walks away from it. We will review our options. We'll be prepared to respond appropriately to it. I know the Republicans have some unease about it, no matter what they say, because if the president can declare an emergency on something that he has created as an emergency, an illusion that he wants to convey, just think of what a president with different values can present to the American people. You want to talk about a national emergency? Let's talk about today, the 1-year anniversary of another manifest.
Then she goes on to talk about gun control, which is her big, huge push. The Democrats are constantly pushing for gun control. Now, one of the biggest problems we have with gun control is, number one, more deaths occur from bludgeonings with hammers than gunfire. Hammers are the number one cause of death and murder in America, not guns. So why aren't they talking about banning hammers? I don't understand. Hospitals kill more people by far than guns. Just bad sterile technique. Staph infections. 1 million people a year in America get staph infections from hospital-borne infections. 250,000 die. A small fraction of that people die from gunshots. So why do they keep pushing about gun control? Why do the Democrats want to continually take over our Second Amendment rights? Because they are the arm of the New World Order. The Democrats and Republicans are part of the New World Order. They're actually working from different angles, driving people into different camps, left versus right, constantly dividing the country. And this gun control fixation is something that they want to achieve because the New World Order wants to get rid of and disarm the American people because they don't want people standing out there in their house with a $20,000 gun that they got because they want to protect themselves and they don't know what to do. They don't want people like that sitting there in their living rooms with a potential dangerous weapon like the AA-12. Yeah. The gun for the 20th century. Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize that there are dangerous things out there that could be very, very, problematic for anybody who were to take down a person. They could get hit by a weapon like that, which can pretty much destroy an entire SWAT team, God forbid. They don't want those weapons in anyone's hands. So, this is the AA-12.
I'd like to introduce you to a shotgun for the 21st century, the AA-12.
Weapon in the world. There's no way that anybody within 200 yards could base this weapon and survive it.
Okay, so they want to get rid of weapons. They don't want anyone to have any defenses. In other words, they want to disarm the American people so that they can take over all of our rights. And now it's getting even worse. They're putting together laws claiming, like in Iowa, there's a law right now that says you have to vaccinate your kids even if you're homeschooling your kids. It's like government tyranny telling you to force vaccinate your kids. Now, what does that have to do with gun control? Well, you don't want anyone to take you or your children out and force them to be vaccinated. So a lot of people are the last defense against a dangerous and tyrannical government. These Democrats want to turn our country into a communist nation. They want to disarm us just like Stalin did with the Russians, just like Hitler did with the Jews, just like Pol Pot did with the Cambodians. They disarmed. Every single time they've had a major Holocaust, they've always put together gun control. So why do the Democrats push it? Because they want to disarm all of us. They want to take over our rights. All right. Welcome to the show, everybody. Thank you for coming in. The news item at the front of the show is this preposterous story about a shooting in Illinois. 2 victims of the Illinois shooting attended a school that just marked the anniversary of another mass shooting. See how they're pushing gun control here? Oh, it turns out the story gets better. They were involved in an actual anniversary of another mass shooting, we have yet to see one ambulance in any film leaving that location, and CBS had a full feed for 2 hours on that location in Aurora, Illinois, and not one ambulance left that location. We did get a message from the hospital that 2 people were doing okay. I heard that in the news clip because I watched the full news clip, 2 hours of it. We got information that the hospital had received 2 people and they were doing okay. Now we find out all 5 people were dead on the scene. No photographs, no evidence of any bodies, nothing, mind you. The perpetrator, this guy, they're labeling the shooter, he of course died. So they won't have anyone to actually face a court case. This is a classic false flag. Every single earmark points to this didn't happen. Not one single picture of blood, no bodies being carried out of the location. Why are they telling us these lies? To push their agenda of gun control. And Donald Trump isn't man enough to stand up to that. He's more than willing to call the Russian collusion thing fake news. Oh, it's all fake news. It's all Russian hoax. But he's not willing to call these terrorist attacks like Parkland shooting what they are, which are false flags. Nicholas Cruz didn't kill those people at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting because those people didn't even exist. We've looked up the names and identities of all the decedents there. They didn't exist in that area. The people that claim they lost their daughter, they're out there. They didn't even know the funeral home where she was being buried. We have that audio tape of the father who said he didn't know where the funeral home was. These people are actors. Our government, it can legally lie to us now. Barack Obama signed a law, NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act 2012, and Trump reinstated it in 2018, in which the government suspended the Smith-Mundt Act, an act which was created in 1946 to prevent propaganda. In other words, the government can lie to us now. That was the whole purpose of the Smith-Mundt Act, is prevent a German-style propaganda machine from forming in America. And here it is. Every single false flag has been speckled with this constant reminder that we've been lied to. Now, there's a picture of a pastor in the Charleston shooting, and I showed you this in the pre-show. This is the only picture of anyone who died in state. The only picture of a man who died in state, and you can see his ear dropped about an inch in height. Isn't that interesting? Nobody else has been seen in any particular area. Every single case, not one body's been seen. This is the only guy, and it's a wax dummy. I mean, look at his forehead alone. That'll tell you, not just the ear being an inch lower, but look at his forehead. His forehead is round here. Over there, it's like a wedge. How did his forehead change into a wedge? You know, so a lot of questions remain about how come they don't show bodies? How come they never do open casket funerals of anybody? Oh, we just don't want to look at any of their bodies. It's just too much. You know, I grew up in the 60s. We saw men losing their lives in Vietnam in real time. We saw people on TV, and CBS News would feature guys literally getting blown away that day with their heads chopped off. Literally, we saw blood and guts. It didn't artificially affect us. In fact, it led us to realize that war had to end. And we would never have ended the Vietnam War. It would have gone on forever if Richard Nixon hadn't had so many problems with Watergate and the entire population was up in arms about the loss of life. We lost 58,000 men there, and the people in Southeast Asia lost nearly 4 million people. And we never answered to the mistakes we made in Vietnam. We never had a chance to even look at our foreign policy. We've been bumbled along every single time. Oh, the one guy that would have said something, Robert F. Kennedy, was shot to death at the Ambassador Hotel. They got rid of him, and he was going to win the nomination for the '68 election, and he would have been our president. But they killed him too. We can't get up to get your phone, so sorry. I don't have a phone in my area. Sarah took it in the room. So the worker who opened fire at the inside the factory had been barred from having a gun, but ironically, people say that he was the nicest guy. Yeah, they said he was one of the nicest guys they'd ever met. One of the guys at a local store, that package store that, selling, liquor or whatever, said he'd come in there and he would smile. Really nice guy. Somehow he decided to kill 5 of his fellow employees because he was losing his job. Gary Martin, 45, who died in the shootout, and you can't get a witness there when they die, went on a rampage on Friday that left 5 workers dead, at least 6 other people wounded. How come not one ambulance left that location? And I saw it for at least 2 hours. Not one ambulance left that location. We just saw photographs of ambulances with lights. That's it. I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone with an injury that would look real. If this really happened, I'd like to see the cops in their hospital rooms right now show their wounds to the American people. I'm sorry, but this lie has been going on long enough, over and over again. It's not even worth talking about. Our country's been racked with these false flags every single year, almost on an hourly basis. Somebody said, David, do you think there's going to be another false flag? I said, yeah, it's due tomorrow. And sure enough, it was 2 days ago. It was tomorrow. Yeah. They're more than willing to do a false flag on a regular basis and tell big lies in order for us to keep thinking that, oh, gun control, it's got to happen, oh. So these Democrats keep falling into this category of, oh, yeah, we need to get rid of all the guns. Oh, yeah. All of us should be disarmed. Oh, yeah. Cops were injured by picking up heavy donuts after the shooting was over. One of the heavy glazed donuts fell on his foot. He hurt his toe. And Donald Trump is in an emergency right now. One of his golf balls is getting stuck in one of the holes at Mar-a-Lago. Our country's facing real emergencies. Oh, scary. Yeah. Well, hopefully Donald Trump will realize that emergency is not going to fund this war. He's going to have to start a war, and I doubt he's planning on doing that anytime soon. He works for corporate America, so Donald Trump is a corporate shill, and he's the guy they put in there because they have a lot of dirt on him. Whatever they have on him, it must be extensive because they can control whatever he says. If they want an Emergency Powers Act, we'll look at the effect of that in just a bit.
I feel like I should just block this number.
Yeah, I wish we could, but we'd have to go into the Google system to do it. All right.
I'm gonna try it here.
Sure.
There you go.
Good, we blocked a number. That's cool. It's the same number that keeps calling.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. It might just go to voicemail automatically with Google.
All I know is that I've yet to see any real bodies. I've yet to see any real injured people at the hospital. I haven't seen any video proof of anything. You watch CSI Miami and you'll get more video proof of fake murders than you get with the real murders that are happening. That's why we conclude that this is possibly fake. Okay, the Twilight Zone just got real. 2019. Okay, we'll play that later tonight. Thank you for the link. Dr. Mentos, I'll check it out. Hey, you guys can submit links during the show, and we do bring them in to our video segment. It's a 4-hour video segment at night, which keeps people entertained around the world, and they love it. We get a lot of people telling us that it's been a very positive experience watching our live shows.
Yeah.
And they wish they wish they could have a recorded broadcast, but we can't record any of that.
Well, it's on YouTube. If it goes more than once, then it already blocked. It rings once, but...
Oh, it rings and then the block? Okay, good. Thank you. You're awesome. Okay, let's take a look at the graphic here. Shocking footage. All right. Waiting for the graphic to open. Shocking footage. Boy, is this like a teaser? Okay, frightening footage shows moment 47 vehicles collide on a Kansas highway, killing one and injuring several others.
Wow.
Wow. Let me take a quick pick at here and look at this. One person died, several others injured. Wow, that's right when it happened. Wow, collision pictures. Yeah. Stack and pack. 40 vehicles involved in this collision on a highway in the snow. This is why I don't travel in the snow. I didn't even go out on the road for 10 days while we had snow here. We had a very bad winter this past week. Thank you. I'll save it for us. Yeah, this has been terrible for February, and I understand we're going to get another layer of snow again here in Washington. Now, mind you, we've never had more than a couple inches here over the years. We got like 10 inches so far. Yes, we've got a lot of people watching tonight. A lot of people are worried about this emergency shutdown. It's not that big of a deal right now, but I will be discussing the ramifications of it a little bit later. I've got a great article about Donald using this emergency act recklessly. Yeah, I agree with the Democrats. It's ridiculous for him to call this an emergency. It's not an emergency. I would have handled it a lot different. Thank you. And Sarah's going to turn on the heat, so we'll get this room warm again. Okay, so don't bother calling. We've effectively blocked your number. Thank you.
Okay. No, I don't want to talk to you about healthcare. We can talk to you about healthcare. I do believe, actually, I do believe in healthcare. I'm a big believer in universal healthcare. Oh, hi, Sarah. Yep, I got the heat on. How are you? Fine. Yeah. You know what they say about the word fine, right? You love the guys in the snow. When it snows outside, I like to just stay inside and stay warm and cuddle up in my cozy room and watch TV and do nothing. I'm not very productive when it snows. The colder it gets, the less movement I do. But now that the snow has melted, well, for the most part, there's still little piles around. But now I'm starting to think about spring and thinking about, I got to get some seedlings started indoors and so that I can grow plants in the spring. So doing some of those things. Well, during some of the days I drove in the snow, but like for about 4 days I didn't go anywhere. Do I like hugs or kisses the most in regards to my health? I like hugs better, the best in regards to my health. Kisses, you can always spread germs and things. Thanks, Jim Brewski. Appreciate you. I had made a snow angel last time it snowed up here, but this time I didn't. This time I really didn't do too much regarding the snow. Hello, Real All Ranger. Nice to see you over at Periscope. I'm sorry if I... Can you obtain a job at a solar farm in North Carolina? I would hope so. That sounds like a really cool thing. My sister was just telling me about the recycling that they do in North Carolina. And yes, hugs, not drugs. And she was saying that they have a place to put food scraps, and then they have a second place to put oyster shells that they then they take the oyster shells and return them to the ocean, which is pretty cool. Because oysters need the oyster shells to have babies. Hello, Scissor Fight. Here's a hug for you. Thank you. How much do solar seeds cost? I haven't heard of a solar seed, but solar cells, they can vary in costs. I haven't actually put up a solar panel yet, but I am, I did put in, I have my seedling, well, besides the, it's funny, my sister was saying she's a master gardener, that's why I'm referring to her, and I was talking to her about gardening, and I don't remember what I said, double, sorry. Anyway, I was talking to her about gardening, and she said you have to get soilless material to start your seedlings in. It has to have 000, no nitrogen, potassium, or phosphorus, because you don't, and then once they grow, then it would be good. That's not true, you say? Well, and it has like vermiculite usually in the soilless starter. It looks like soil, but it's for seedling starters. Yeah, the soil, oh, you say the soil just has to be less hot or not have too many nutrients in it. And that's what she was saying. Not have too many nutrients. You say peat moss. Yeah, can I grow it right in peat moss, or does it have to have a well, you want to transfer it to something with nutrients once it starts growing. Great job, Ace Spade. I'm so glad you had an exhilarating experiment. Fox Farm, Happy Frog for new seedlings. Okay, I'll write that down. Is that something I can get online? Because I was thinking of making my own mix or something like that. I did not know there's a guy out there. Do I think there's a guy out there named Pete Moss? Haha, maybe. Will the Fox Farm Happy Frog stuff work with a soil blocker? Because I have a soil blocker. I have two sizes of soil blockers. You use the peat pods, like the little circular ones. I could do that too. But then I'm like, why did I get a soil blocker? Because my sister told me to, and then anyway. Yeah, soil blocker creates these little blocks of soil. They're like little Lego things of soil. And you use the soil starter mix and you like fill it up like a cookie. It's kind of like a cookie cutter, but you fill up the soil and then you put it into your tray so that you don't have to like put them into little pots or anything. Yeah, I'm just forming blocks of soil. Yeah, exactly. And that'll work. Fungi perfecti, soluble mycorrhizae, highly recommend it. It will double my yields. I tell you what doubles my yields is my vermicompost. That's been really great. Okay, that'll work with Happy Frog. It's just soil that's great for new seedlings and new plants. But my vermicompost does not work very well with my soil blocker. It's kind of weird. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jim, for your recommendation. I'll look into that. The mitochondria micro-grow soluble endo and ectomycorrhizae, beneficial bacteria and biological disease control organisms. It increases nutrient and water uptake. Wow. Yeah, I understand you would want to add that to commercial potting soils, which can be devoid of beneficial soil microorganisms. My stuff is totally full of beneficial soil microorganisms. My vermicompost, tons of that. I bought guano bone meal and blood meal as I go along. What are these magical words? Vermicompost just means worm poop, and soil blocker. Yeah, I should show you my soil blocker. Actually, I'll pull up soil blocker so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, let me, now I have to pull up my screen. There we go. So this tool over here is a soil blocker. So it basically has, you fill it up with soil and then you put it into the pan and then it makes.
This is Growing Wisdom. We are here today with Anthony Stevenson, and we are at Johnny Selected Seeds in Albion, Maine, and you're going to talk about starting seeds and starting them a little bit easier for folks at home or commercial growers, right?
That's correct.
Tell me a little bit about this block maker tool.
Well, Dave, it's actually 4 compartments, and this is made of galvanized metal. You fill each compartment up with the soil, and you use it just like a cookie cutter to make 4 little blocks of soil to plant your seeds in.
That's really cool. And it's got these little divots.
You can just plant the seed directly in there in the hole. You cover them up, you just water it gently, and then you can transplant this directly outside. There's no transplant shock. There is no container to throw away, to store. It just goes directly into the ground.
And as the seeds come up and start growing through here, will they outgrow the little block?
Actually, what's different about these is they don't become root bound. When the root reaches the edge, there's an air barrier there. It'll actually stop and wait for it to become transplanted. If you were in a container, it would wrap around and become root bound.
So is this just dirt I took out of the house?
No, this is a potting soil mix, which Johnny sells several different types. It's mixed with water to the consistency of about peanut butter. You want to be careful that it's more on the wet side than the dry side when you mix this.
That one
So Anthony, I've got this little teeny
mixed, which Johnny sells several different types. It's mixed with water to the consistency of about peanut butter. You want to be careful that it's more on the wet side than the dry side when you mix this.
So Anthony, I've got this little teeny block in my hand, and I imagine the plant outgrowing this block pretty quickly. So what do I do?
Well, the next step is to put it in the 2-inch block. It's called potting on, and if it ever does outgrow the 2-inch block, we have a 4-inch soil block that pots onto as well.
So for folks that want to put out teeny tiny seedlings, you may stay with the smaller block. If you need larger seedlings, you would work your way up throughout the growing season.
That's correct. The mini 3/4 inch size is most effective in a commercial setting where you can maximize your space efficiency on a heat mat, and then when they have germinated, then you pot them on to the bigger size.
Anthony, a pretty impressive lesson, and you were telling me that everything here I can get through Johnny's.
That's correct. Everything from the growing medium the soil block makers, to the seeds you put them in, to the trays you leave them on, and other accessories to ensure that you have a successful growing season.
Okay, I'll have to look into that. Johnny Seeds might have what I need as well. But I do like I have the little 3/4 ones, and I have the 2-inch ones. I don't have the 4-inch blocks. Oh, the soil blocker is quite expensive. It's like $26 for it. But the idea is then you don't use solo cups because you're saving the environment. The peat pods is a good idea. Like, I have seen those little peat pod ones, but anyway. You want some trivia, Rex? For you, I will do trivia. Well, I am helping the environment. You think the environment's totally messed up, but I'm doing my part to help it by recycling and by composting, and then also by growing things. That's what I'm doing. When we're building golf courses and house farms on landfills, time to call it a day. There's the coolest landfill. I want to go see it sometime in person. The Roosevelt Regional Landfill in Washington State is so cool. I really, I just think it's the coolest thing. It has all these underground pipes, and they capture the methane from the landfill. And when you drive by it, you don't even think it's a landfill. You just think it's a rolling prairie area. All right, for Rex, a little bit of trivia. No, it's just part of my deal. I started doing composting long before the new Green Deal. David started ideas of, he started his idea of like doing soil reagrification, he called it. He was talking about that back in 2000 when I met him. And then in 2008, he was talking about it on his show. And then, yeah, that's a good idea. Old cardboard egg cartons. But what do you put like some kind of soil in the cardboard egg cartons? Anyway, I also got heating mats, so that's why I was going to do the soil blocker. All right, the letter M. What is a process by which a magnet moving over a piece of metal causes electric currents to flow in the metal that in turn produces forces that push the magnet upward? If the force is large enough, the moving magnet can float. Yeah, potting soil. But I'm saying I already have the soil blocker tool, so I could use the potting soil. Maybe it's just potting soil I need. Yes, Rex, it is MagLab, magnetic levitation. I don't have a Brazilian trivia book, but sure. But that is a cute idea about the old cardboard egg cartons. Yeah. I do have something like that too. Okay, anyway. What is a system of storing information through the alignment of small grains in a magnetic material? Once the grains have been aligned by an external magnetic field, the information remains stored for long periods of time. This is the technique used in the hard drives of computers as well as in magnetic tape. Yes, Rex. Magnetic memory storage. We're on the letter M, Real All Ranger. I think I did all these. What is a unit of power? A typical large electrical generating plant can produce 1,000 of these in electricity. Yes, Rex, a megawatt. You're funny, Real All Ranger. What is a program of rocket-powered flights undertaken by the United States with the goal of putting a man in orbit around the Earth? Each one of these flights carried one astronaut. The program ran from 1961 to 1963. It was named after the Roman god that was the messenger of the gods. Correct again, Rex. The Mercury program. The first United States suborbital flight was made by Alan Shepard in 1961. In 1962, John Glenn made the first orbital flight by an American astronaut. So there's a suborbital by Alan Shepard and then the orbital by John Glenn. What is the basic component of modern miniaturized electronics? It's a series of electrical circuits built into a tiny wafer of silicon or other semiconductor. Correct again, Rex. Microchip. These conduits may be made by exposing the chip to a higher temperature vapor of controlled composition. The vapor deposits a thin layer, sometimes only a few atoms thick, on the silicon. In this way, complex layers of materials, such as those found in transistors, can be built up in a very small area. Wow. Nano is better, you're right, Bengalitis. Good job. Johnson got that too, microchip. What is film on which miniature copies of documents are reproduced? These allow for very compact storage of books and documents, and now it's obsolete because everything's stored on a computer. Yes, microfilm, microfiche. I totally remember looking at microfilm when I was a kid. Good job, Bengalitis and Rex. What's a device that produces a magnified image of objects too small to be seen with the naked eye? Usually they use lenses. Other ones scan objects with electrons, X-rays, and other radiation besides ordinary visible light. Yes, it is a microscope. Good job, Jim. Is this micro trivia night? Yes. What is a transmission of signals by sending certain waves either directly or via satellite? The receivers of these signals are usually disc-shaped antennae from a foot to a few feet across and are often seen installed in business locations or near private homes. Yes, microwave communication. Okay, we're done with the micro, but we're still on M. What is a device that links a personal computer to a telephone line so that the computer can receive information from other computers? Yes, Jim. Now most of the time, instead of a telephone line, it's done via cable. But it is, yes, a modem. Good job, Johnson and, yeah, Jim. Okay. What is a common device that allows the user to reposition an arrow on their computer screen in order to activate desired applications? The term comes from the appearance of the device with the core to the main computer often being seen as a tail of sorts. Craig, Jim, Sponheim, SquarePant, Baby Girl, Green Eyes, Rex, 376 Johnson all got it right. It is a mouse. Computers are funny. They're full of bugs and mice. The user usually sends signals to the computer when the user depresses or clicks a switch. A number of slang terms such as click on X or click and drag have arisen from the appearance of symbols on a screen when a mouse is used. Now there's the trackpad instead of the mouse. What is a file containing compressed digital audio data, often used to transmit music over the internet? Yes, Bangalitis and Jim. It's a good old MP3. All right, moving on. No longer on the letter M. Shall we take a little break? Next one would be N. Two victims of the Illinois shooting attended a school that just marked the anniversary of another mass shooting. Remind me not to move to Aurora, Illinois. The worker who opened fire inside the factory had been barred from having a gun. He had a prior felony conviction. Wow. Good. I was just looking at the news. And that's why I got quiet. Sorry. All right. Okay, the letter N. What was faster, hot, or cold? Hot because you can catch a cold. Ha. And hot is basically anything that's hot is moving quickly. That's what hot is atoms moving very quickly. Usually he's cutting up the onions. Again. Two guys walked into the bar. Why did the bee get married? Because he found his honey. Ha, cute. All right, the letter N. What is a prefix that means 1/billionth? airlines are going to give customers a non-binary choice under gender. Male, female, non-binary. Bengalitis, you have it correct, and so does Real All Ranger, and so does Johnson. It is nano means 1 billionth. Therefore, nanosecond means a billionth of a second. That term is often used to refer to very short time. He missed having an accident by nanoseconds. Oh, True Blue, that's pretty funny. Yeah, you got it right. Amazing. What is a branch of technology devoted to producing devices on an atomic scale? The working part of a typical device of these might be only a few thousand atoms in width. Correct, Johnson? It is nanotechnology. Wow, Twitter may be holding on to direct messages long after you think they're deleted. All right. Everything in your Twitter account is fictitious. Okay. All right. What was a website that facilitated the free exchange of digital music through the internet? It became a symbol of the highly significant battle over the concept of intellectual property rights as it applies to the internet. It's not as popular as it once was. Correct, Jim? Correct, Johnson? Napster. Correct. What is a system of computers that are joined together so they can communicate by exchanging information and sharing resources? Correct, Johnson? Oh, the Year in Space put John Glenn's, I think it was John Glenn, put a U.S. astronaut's immune system on high alert compared to his earthbound twin. Yes, Rex and Bengalitis. Network, correct. Not net worth, network. Okay, I'll wait till you come back, Rex. We won't resume trivia until you return. Oh, get set for a super snow moon next week. The biggest supermoon of the year. Wonder what day that is. I'll be over North Carolina on Tuesday, February 19th.
That was effective. Good.
Okay.
I'll be there in a bit.
This is known as a super snow moon because of the heavy snowfall that usually happens this time of year. It's going to, the moon's orbit brings it close it to the closest point of the Earth while the moon is full. Well, it's a full moon. Well, those people who think that we didn't land on the moon can imagine being the first person to walk on the moon. I think someone already did that, but... Wait, what? Pal, a picture for $400? What are you saying, Real Ranger? I like that one. True Blue needed a password that was 8 characters long, so he chose Snow White and the 7 Dwarves. 8 characters. Haha, I love that. They do say that if you choose a password, it's better to do like 3 random words that are so that you end up with 24 characters rather than just 8. You're gonna sell me a picture of what? For $400? No, thank you. I'm not into art or pictures. Thank you, chat room celebrity and True Blue. You had an argument with one of the 7 dwarves. He wasn't happy. Was he grumpy? You're not gonna buy my scarf for $20? I'm not gonna sell it for $20. It's been worth way more to me than that. There's a bill in Washington State. They passed a bill to ban personal philosophical vaccine exemptions. Now I guess it has to pass the Senate. I think David would try to move out of here then. If he had a child, he wouldn't want to have his child vaccinated. Good thing that he doesn't have a child. Your eyes are red, and you're sneezing. Maybe I have the dust in my house, I don't know.
A Washington State House committee on Friday passed a bill to ban personal or philosophical exemption for the vaccine against measles, mumps, and rubella for school-aged children amid an outbreak of the virus. The bill passed through the state's Healthcare and Wellness Committee, despite opposition from critics who say parents should have the right to choose whether to vaccinate their children, the Seattle Times reported. All 9 Democrats on the committee voted to advance the bill, as well as the bill's sponsor, State Representative Paul Harris, the only Republican to support it.
Now it will move to the House
President Trump's
Rules
inauguration committee was reportedly charged a raid.
It will now move to the House Rules Committee before it's sent to the full chamber for a vote. There's a bill that's in the state Senate would ban ban exemptions for all school-required vaccines, not just MMR. There have been 53 confirmed cases of measles in Clark County, an anti-vaccination hotspot near Portland, Oregon. 47 of the people were not immunized against the illness. One of them actually had the vaccine. Last year, there were 349 confirmed measles cases across 26 states in the District of Columbia. There were 667 cases reported in 2014. Wow. What is David making now? That's always a good question. Maybe he's extending out his linguine. I don't know. I know, I hear plates. It must be something special. All right, Rex is back. We can do a couple more trivia questions. What is a computer system that is designed to mimic the human brain or some other biological system in its functioning? These were developed to deal with problems such as pattern recognition that the brain does well, but that traditional computer systems cannot handle very easily. We're on the letter N, Johnson. We're on the letter N, Eric. Hello, Kurt. How are you? We're on the letter N, Real All Ranger. People said wait, there you go. Good job, Johnson. Neural networks. Neural networks. That's true. What is the electrical power generated by a nuclear reactor? Wait, that answer is easy. Nuclear power. I'm not going to believe the story you have to tell me. All right, run it by me, Kurt. I might just believe it. What is a device in which the energy released by the fission of nuclei of uranium or another element is used to produce steam to run an electrical generator or device? Yes, Rex, it's a nuclear reactor. And what is a slang term for nuclear reactors? What's his username, Kurt? Is it Jake Gyllenhaal? Is his username? Like with an underscore like you have, Kurt? Okay, I'll unban him. If I unban him, I should probably unban Misanthropy too.
I just think we should maybe...
Should we unban misanthropy?
I did already.
Oh, David did already?
Yeah, I unbanned misanthropy, yeah. It's up to him if he wants to come back. I just
He
didn't like
probably
his...
won't.
I didn't like his negative attitude, and if it doesn't... If he's not thick enough to handle that, then I guess he's too thick to come in here. Or not thick enough.
You want me to ban you, Real Hell Ranger, or unban you? All right, that was it. Nukes, nuclear reactors, and all that good stuff.
Oh,
Thanks.
good, okay. Great.
Kurt Russell claimed that Jake Gyllenhaal was banned and
Jake
wanted to
Gyllenhaal.
be unbanned. His friend Kurt.
Jake? I don't
Jake
think I...
Gyllenhaal.
Yeah. Oh, the actor? Yeah. Oh, Kurt. Hi. Yeah, Kurt Russell's here, everybody.
So I unbanned Jake.
Thank you. Well, Jake seems like a nice guy. We like his acting. It's good. I just washed my
I'm a little
hands.
jealous of him. He's so much younger than me. No, I'm just kidding.
Is he younger than you? Really? Jake is born in 1980. He's 2 years younger than you. Yeah.
Yeah. And you guys can join us at our crib in up here sometime.
No, you can't join us.
No, never mind. David says you can't join
I'll
us.
see you in Malibu, Kurt. You and Goldie. Yeah, if you invite these trolls
Well,
in
he
here,
wants us
they'll
to
think they're-
meet him at his crib in Brentwood.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, you seem like a cool guy, Kurt. Yeah, I partied with a lot of Hollywood people in the 80s. Yeah, I know all about the Hollywood
Yeah,
scene.
when Jake was just a twinkling in his parents' eyes. Or just
Yeah, I probably knew your parents, Jake.
Jake's
You
not
know.
in here though.
Oh.
Kurt has to give him a phone call to tell him, "Hey, David unbanned you."
So you actually believe that that's Kurt Russell? Wow, she's making some progress. This is great. Sarah believes the whole story now. This is good.
Or at least I go along with the trolls.
Yes, you do.
I don't necessarily believe them. I just ride it like a wave.
You have to, because it's going to be a big wave. When it hits, you'll be quite shocked. You think she thinks I'm kidding. She's seen so little response.
Oh yes,
from
your
people.
profile picture will totally convince me.
Oh yeah, that'll totally convince her. I've tried to convince her that we have millions of people watching us, and even with all of our verification and all the people transmitting us on UHF around the globe, photographs of ad hoc stations of people sending our signal out there because they love our show so much, and she doesn't believe we're that popular. She still thinks we got 20 people in
I've
the room.
always been the ugly duckling.
You mean the devil's advocate?
No, I mean the ugly duckling
Oh, the ugly duckling. Oh, okay.
that doesn't believe that they're beautiful.
Wow. And here you are, a diva online, one of the most famous women in the world.
I don't believe I'm a diva.
She doesn't even believe she's famous. That's what really gets me.
Famous.
You are. You're one of the most
I'm
famous women
famous
in the world.
for playing with worms.
Vermiculture, right.
Culture.
You could work on the vermiculture at the border fence we want to build. You could
Yeah.
develop, we could have worm bins and composting. Somebody said that we should turn those containers into actual storage of garbage, because we have a lot of garbage. And I thought that's kind of an interesting idea, because we could turn each container into like a liquid oil. Just gross. No one would want to go in there. Can you imagine if we filled them up with liquid oil and the human and garbage and just like...
Eventually it'll decompose and you can harness the methane.
Yeah, we'd harvest. We could turn each container into a methane harvesting ability, creating oil. I'm serious. Yeah, it's like a natural, like an incubator of oil. No one would want to go in there. I mean, if somebody opened the side with a acetylene torch, it'd be like, "Oh man, I can't go in. It's so bad. Oh no, it's really bad. I can't smell it. Oh no, I'm not going to go in." No one would want to go in there.
You know what's so nice about my vermicompost?
Think about it.
You cover it up and it doesn't really smell.
Yeah, but when it's a barrier.
Sometimes it does smell.
It does smell. Yeah, it really is disgusting.
Most of the time it doesn't.
No, but if your head was in there, it would smell. If you're out there like holding your instruments, going, "Oh, it doesn't smell at all," I mean, you're smelling the fresh breeze.
The dirt is actually really cool.
Maybe it's that flame retardant in the water you're putting on there that's getting rid of the smell. We just found out a local group is suing the Navy over the flame retardant that's been leaking in the groundwater in Oak Harbor, and 10 miles one direction this way and 10 miles the other direction that way. So it's water contamination on both sides, but we're clean where we are, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. So you think he kind of is stuck up a little bit, Kurt?
Kurt stuck up a little bit?
No, not Kurt. That Steven Seagal was.
Steven was, yeah.
Because Kurt says, fun fact on this set of executive decision, he would never talk to Kurt offset.
Are you serious? Now you're really adding to your credibility, Kurt. He actually sounds like it's the real Kurt Russell, and I believe you are Kurt.
He always did have like kind of a attitude, like
yeah.
You could kind of tell with Steven Seagal. He just like kind of was like cocky, you know. There's no reason to be cocky.
Well, I have a story about Steven Seagal. That one of my senseis in karate actually had a fight with a guy on a set and kicked his ass right in front of a bunch of other people. Now, it's hearsay from someone who told me. But
that's just hearsay. Yeah.
No, but my sensei corroborated it. And, yeah, he really did. He's a 6th degree black belt in Shotokan karate. And he really, you know, he told him, you know, call me out. And Steven called him out, and then the guy kicked his ass, literally.
Well, that's what I like about you, Kurt. You're down to earth like us.
Yeah.
David and I are down to earth.
I'm grounded here. I'd like to be living in Malibu, though. You should. I guess he moved because his property is in jeopardy.
No, he says then we could go to Malibu for the weekends.
Well, thank goodness he and Goldie
at least has a place in Brentwood as a backup, right?
Yeah, well, assuming you have security, Kurt, that's a possibility, yeah. As long as you got a security force. I don't think he and Goldie afford too much security. I mean, they must have security. Of course, how am I going to get there? I have to drive. Jeez. We'll have to go to Disneyland again and do a show. Wouldn't that be fun?
Sure.
We have, you know, Disneyland credits. We could go there. Yeah, Kurt, I've got people in LA that want to see me. So, yeah, it's always a possibility. I got one guy that...
And they believe you're talking to Kurt Russell less than I believe you.
I know. No, actually, they believe that a lot of things. If you really believe this is Kurt, I mean, you need to sink into that belief.
I said that the other friends that you have in LA.
They don't believe anything.
That's what I was saying.
I know. They really, they think that nothing. Well, one guy was in here last night from LA. He's a millionaire. He made $50 million in day trading in like 5 years. He's one of the few guys that ever hooked up to the internet at 5:30 in the morning with T111, he had an ADSL line before ADSL was developed. And he was doing day trading in and out less than a minute. And he made a lot of money. Yeah, but he made a $50 donation. And he said, Dave, is there a way of I not leaving my name? Because he was freaking out about leaving his name. And I said, yeah, well, you could donate $49.99. And he did. So $50 million, and he donated $49.99. Kurt, you can certainly run if you want. Yeah, we can certainly put this team together. We need exposure. And in case you didn't know, I've been censored in the media. The American media has shut me down for about 10 years now. I started this entire effort, and it's a sustainable model we have to build this, because I do this on free internet servers. Because donations seem so small and we hardly have anything to draw from, it's important that, I was able to, get out there 10 years ago ahead of the internet censorship that's been happening in YouTube.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
Now, I knew at this time that Barack Obama was not truly a man of the people. I could sense that. And I also knew that 500 hours of broadcasting, and I was burnt out at this point, that 500 hours of broadcasting should have gotten me some notice. And I got a call from one of my friends from college. He said, I didn't know you were running. He found out because he was one of those journalists that got one of my press releases. But not one single major media network would even profile what we did. And right after this, about 2 weeks after this, I did the blackface video. So this is kind of a difficult time for me, where I realized our country is completely censored, and the average American can't even get a word in edgewise. I was 10 years younger then. Yeah, I'm 10 years older now. assuming you believe that I am, in fact, David Sponheim. We've got this running joke that I'm some sort of a robot. I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, Dave.
Yes. What can I do for you?
Digital audio video entity.
Correct. I am Dave. Digital audio video entity. Dave. Thank you for coming into the show. My replicant has taken over, but I am here to share with you. Oh, my face is revealing its true self. I know, my inner mechanical brain. I've got this BS story where I, pretend to be a robot. It's just one of the shtick that I do to get this thing going. Like my cool glasses that I got from a bag person. You realize how rare it is to find these on the street? All right, yeah, that was cool. Dave, I saw a Weird Al video where he parodied James Brown living in America. He elected not to use blackface. Oh, yeah, well, that's the thing. Weird Al Yankovic is an Ashkenazi. He wants to suck up to the Zionist friends in Hollywood that get you guys jobs. But as you know, Kurt, since you haven't worked in a while, it's not that easy. Yeah, if you got the right friends, you can make money in Hollywood. If you don't, you need to suck up to the living with a hernia. That'll be fun. I'll play that later tonight. Otherwise, Weird Al will monetize me on YouTube. Cool. Yeah, that'll be fun. He just doesn't want to... Thank you. Thanks, Pitoro. He just doesn't want to be characterized as some sort of a suck-up. It's a difficult line to walk. Howard Stern, obviously, his $500 million 10-year contract with some ridiculous number. $500 million, 10 years. He's made like $600 million. And Howard Stern is clearly the voice box of the Zionist elitists. I mean, he won't speak out against him. All he does is talk about anal sex because he knows that's a good diversion. Hey, we're talking about politics. We're talking about, Mr. President Donald Trump, and then he brings up anal sex. I never talked to the guy, but you can imagine what that would be like. Yeah, there's something diverting about that, It's weird. And Weird Al may just be, that kind of guy. He doesn't want to take chances. Blackface is all about free speech. And if I couldn't have impersonated Barack Obama and his New World Order mentality, showing you the falsity in his statements and how there's holes in his arguments, and I never got a chance to debate him, it would have been nice to have done that in whiteface, but completely stifled the media, realizing that I would never go anywhere unless I did something bold. And to this day, it is being completely sheltered and kept from the media that I even exist in America. So I might as well be at the same place I was at 10 years ago. It's the same exact thing happening right now. But I have made a huge growth around the world. People have heard us and liked the show, and that's an important part of this formula. Now, this may take a long time, but as you can see, I'm getting younger. And if I get down to, about 10 more years, I'll be 30 years old. And then 20 years, by 2088, I'll be ready to go. I'll be your president. Tell your grandchildren about me. I'll still be here on the internet because I am not leaving. I am here forever, whether you like it or not. I am digital audio video entity. Dave, hi. You've got more videos for me? Oh my gosh, this is exciting. You could be our celebrity chatter, Kurt. Last 2 days ago, we had the Donald in here. And Donald visits Howard Stern all the time, yeah. But I just don't want to talk about anal sex with him. I just, there's something about the debasing discussion about anal sex. It disturbs me to even say the words. It's very disturbing. Oh, we got a picture here of 8 expensive things owned by Howard Stern. That's kind of cute. Well, he had $600 million. I calculated he's made over $1 billion. So he must have spent about $400 million based on my assessment of his net worth, because we do net worth analysis. I told you, all of you, how Anthony Bourdain had $14 million before he died. For real. We did a full search, and we found Anthony Bourdain's net worth to be $14 million online. There's still a couple sites that have it. And then he eventually dies, and he has $1.5 million he gives to his daughter. I mean, something's very, very suspicious about that. You don't lose, $12.5 million in one instant unless somebody holds a gun to your head or a noose around your neck saying they're going to, do this. You either die slowly or you die quickly. Yeah, then they just force people to drain their accounts. Very suspicious stuff.
Bought expensive watch collections, approximately 1,500 square feet with a private balcony. Its master bedroom is approximately $15,000. Tower Apartments. Mercedes-Benz, the Torque. It features leather upholstered
Oh my
seats,
gosh.
Ultra beam headlights, and interior of the Aston Martin Vanquish is 6
No
miles per
kidding.
hour. This car is powered by a 6.2 liter. Feature comfy bedroom.
This guy is more into materialism than Bernie Sanders. he's got Bernie beaten. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Well, that's funny. Oh my gosh. Am I Howard Stern and I'm just wearing a different wig? How freaky. Oh my gosh. This is freaky, Dave. I think there's something wrong. I don't want to talk about anal sex, so I decided to become David, and I have a real political perspective now. This is too weird. My gosh, I look just like him. I need to get a Howard Stern wig. Yeah. We'll play that later tonight. Thank you for your input. Your videos and links are added to our late show. So that looked pretty weird on playback. I'm having too much fun. It is Saturday, after all. Did you know Howard Stern is Ashkenazi? I did not know this. I don't go to his synagogue. David, I can't follow along if you skip it like that. Skip what? It's for later, cheese boy. You watch that tonight. If I tried to play that right now, Howard Stern in his infinite wealth would try to monetize me on YouTube, and I'd get charged. Well, they take money, they monetize things, so whenever people hit on the video, that goes to their coffer. It's Dave with the curly hair. Yeah, it's that swoop. I worked on it. It was originally developed in 1988 by Luke Perry. Yeah, I know Luke Perry. I met him once. Smoked a bowl with him. Good guy. Good guy. Luke Perry. Solid. Now, he's younger than I am, which is kind of weird. When you look at people I knew in Hollywood, I know a lot of people in Hollywood now. Of course, I'd known them for many years, but yeah, he was, he needs his best shot, don't you think? Give it your best shot. Luke Perry. Yeah. Yeah, Luke Perry is an accomplished actor. He was in 90210, I believe. Yeah, he's pretty good looking guy. He's about, yeah. When was he born? He is 52, so he's 6 years younger than me. Wow. Interesting. All right, Luke, keep it up, man. You're looking good. Yeah. I knew Jason Priestley when he was a young guy. I had a lot of fun with hanging around the Hollywood scene. It was really an enjoyable period of time. I didn't get involved with the things those guys were into. I was not even part of their clique. I was kind of seen as an outsider. But, I didn't hang out in the bathroom making chopping sounds. All is that whenever I try to go to the bathroom, these parties are like, hey, what's going on? Are you tapping away into an alternate universe? Is that Morse code to reach aliens? And I'd hear this. Don't go to the bathroom, dude. We're busy right now. Wow, really? Must be some major communication you've got with aliens. Yeah, they call it cocaine. Now, I'm not saying those guys did cocaine. In no way did I ever see Jason Priestley or Luke Perry ever do cocaine. You like cocaine? You're into that pretty heavily? You seem like a druggie, Victory. Yeah. You seem like a guy would hang out with a lot of ecstasy and babes, and you must be in your 20s. That's when your body can put up with that crap. I wouldn't do it if I were you, because I've never done it. I just don't think it's good for you. So it's good, but you can't have a hard-on when you... For all of you watching this international broadcast, we were trying not to talk about sex tonight. You did that with John Carpenter and Dan Aykroyd? There you go, Kurt. Yeah. Well, it was very popular in the 80s. I don't know what, Hollywood's like today, because I haven't been back except, in the periphery, but I'm sure a lot of the major actors are pretty low-key now and, taking it easy and not doing drugs. But I have a feeling that there is a rampant, thing with drugs still in the industry. I think that's a common reality. It was everywhere in the 80s. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I was kind of burned out by the Hollywood scene, Kurt. I was told to make trips to major directors, and as a production assistant, I felt I'd like to know what I'm carrying. Am I taking videotapes? What exactly am I carrying to these major directors? Because to me, I would not want to do anything that would be illegal. So I asked them, well, what is it you got in this container? Don't ask any questions. Go to the director and deliver it, or else. Or you'll be fired tomorrow. And they even told me if I didn't buy a gram of cocaine, one guy told me if I didn't buy a gram of cocaine, they'd fire me tomorrow. I'm not kidding. It really was told to me by one of the detail guys on a shoot. He said, if you don't go to this art designer and buy cocaine from him, 1 gram up for $100, you're not going to be working tomorrow. I said, that's ridiculous. Screw you. The next day I was fired. For real. Scout's honor. Yeah, it's just terrible. It's brutal. Now, you guys who are hitting the alcohol, that's not sustainable. Unless you're drinking wine specifically, or coffee with a little bit of, Irish whiskey. No, that might work. But no, seriously, if you're hitting hard liquor, you're going to go down really fast. I've seen people in Hollywood, in LA, drinking hard liquor every day, died within 17 years. This is not uncommon. So your lifespan will be normal if you just stick to one thing and keep it down to a minimum amount, like Mildred. Well, this 103-year-old woman who celebrates her birthday every year with a pint of beer is so funny. Let me show you this clip.
A woman who's about to turn 103 had a special request for her birthday celebration: beer. Harv Jacobs tells us it's part of her daily routine that she says keeps her going.
Mildred Bowers has seen a lot in the last 103 years. Mildred, called Millie by her friends, lived through the Great Depression and outlived 2 husbands.
What is the secret to living to 103?
It's all in the genes.
She's also sharp as a tack.
My mind is good, I have no problem with that. And that's the big thing that a lot of people don't have at my age, is a good mind.
Today, Millie's friends picked her up from a Mount Pleasant assisted living facility and took her to an early birthday lunch at Page's Okra Grill.
I never expected anything like this.
Her friends came from out of town to celebrate with Millie.
I'm jealous of her skin. I'm jealous of how beautiful she looks.
Millie says there's another secret to her longevity.
Have a beer. Doctor's orders.
You heard her right. Every day at 4 o'clock, Millie is allowed to have a beer at the assisted living facility. Millie says the idea came about during a conversation with some nurses who said, why not?
Said, but you know what? We'll ask the doctor. So immediately he said yes.
So with her 103rd birthday just a couple of weeks away, her friends ordered Millie a beer. The bartender placed it on the table, and Millie took a sip and liked it, much to the delight of her friends.
Doctor said it was good for her, and obviously it is.
All right, Millie, Mildred, thank you so much. So many people now are drinking beer heavily. But no, she only drank that much. Yeah, she only drank a certain amount. Thank you. I'm just glad I don't drink during the show, because if I was drinking, it would be ridiculous to talk about politics, because you can't really focus on anything. No, nursing homes are hellholes. I went into a nursing home and I actually saw feces on the dinner table in the form of gravy. Nope, do not consume mouthwash. It's very bad for you. Yes, Dukakis's wife was drinking mouthwash. She didn't do too well. Yeah, but if you did we lock up on chat at iVlog, or is everyone just mystified by our show? Hello? I'm trying to see if oh, yeah, okay, great. All right. Super Johnson's in there. Hey, Skrizzle. But, Sustainable Saturday is now all about just doing what you do that get you through your life, Stress is a bad thing. Stress is a killer. Oh, Josette, go ahead. Yes, Josette, what can I do for you? This is death threat number 2. We get 2 or 3 death threats a night. And now they're trying to mask their voice. It's unbelievable. I can't imagine anyone trying heroin, let alone, becoming a full heroin addict. But the government has some programs for you if you are a heroin addict. The methadone program is a very excellent way of, getting your heroin. They give you your methadone shot and $1,200 a month and a snacky poo, too. If you miss your heroin appointment, though, to get your methadone, you will not get it for the day. So a lot of people every day are driving at lightning fast speed to their heroin clinic, their methadone clinic in their local area. So you can always worry that at about 11 o'clock in the morning, driving down an area, you could have a heroin addict blazing to their appointment, because if they miss their appointment, they miss their fix. That, to me, is a serious problem. We've got to figure out a way around that. They came out with fentanyl, but nobody really, predicted that 65,000 people would overdose on fentanyl patches, which Donald Trump hasn't done anything about, by the way. And Kellyanne Conway, I don't think she's capable of doing anything because she's altered in some way. I mean, Donald Trump puts Kellyanne Conway in charge of the opioid addiction. And none of these people are willing to commit to the fact that, hey, smoke a joint, you'll be less likely to be an opioid addict. Not one person has the wherewithal to do that. So I wish Kellyanne would just smoke a joint in front of the American people or something and say, I approve of this, but she doesn't have well, she definitely doesn't have any balls. But she doesn't have the balls to do that. I got the kahunas to do that, Okay. Just tell the world that if you smoke marijuana, Kellyanne, that you won't... Wait a second, this is weird. You smoke marijuana, Kellyanne, you won't have to... Am I like a male version of Kellyanne Conway? This is freaky. Uh-oh, Dave, we got a potential tranny lookalike. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, you don't even have to say it. I'll say it for you. I smoked a joint and I enjoyed it. Now that Jeff Sessions is gone, let's just legalize marijuana. It'll get rid of the opium problem. Sorry. Yeah, it would be nice, but creepy. Definitely creepy. Crazy eyes, I know. I don't trust her with I doubt she smoked marijuana. I really do. I don't trust her with the whole opioid thing, though. Doesn't seem like the right person. It's not the right fit. Something's wrong. Especially when I found out Ronnie Jackson, the former person in charge of Donald Trump's physical, where he was declared not obese, and now he's got a new physical where they declare him obese. He gained a few pounds. Well, Ronnie Jackson was known for handing out prescription drugs at the White House without a prescription, and he wasn't even prosecuted. Isn't that amazing? I don't trust her either. Okay, this IRS scammer is a terrible liar. Somebody, Kit Boga has this show on Twitch, and I'd love to do a Twitch show, but they banned me, IP banned me over there for claiming I was a homophobe for saying I wasn't gay. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Now you can multicast us. Any one of you could take our signal and send it over to Twitch if you want to lose your account, but because the guy over there hates me for some reason. They just asked me, David, are you a homosexual? And I said, no, and I consider that sexual harassment that... Thank you. My stylist at the Vatican told me that I needed to spray my fruit spray. Thank you. Yes, isn't it great I have a stylist at the Vatican who keeps tabs of how I look? Thank you, Pitoro. But you removed your signal through Russia today. I do not care about signal through Russia. But anyway, I said, no, I consider it sexual harassment, and they immediately called me a homophobe. It's like, wait a second. You're kicking me off the network for a homophobia when all I said was I wasn't gay and I consider that sexual harassment? Yeah. So count on it. If and when I can, I will definitely make sure that Twitch is no longer able to operate their license without verifying why they falsely kick people off of their network for terms of service violation that is clearly an abridgment of our Constitution. Freedom of speech gives everybody the right to say whatever the hell they want, and it's not a hate crime to say you're not gay. Like, no, it's not a hate crime to say I'm not gay, okay? I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings here. David, you have made a great presenter on Radio Moscow? Really? But how do you know? But I am not as nearly as famous as Mr. Trump. In social media on Russia, they say Trump Nash means Trump is ours. That's what it means in social media in Russia. I said that already. Gal Worthington, what do you got? LSD and the strange mix of dangerous chemicals? Wow. Mafia official video? Okay. That looks really interesting. I'll play it later tonight. I'm always up for, different stuff as long as it's legal. Oh, there are some pictures of enlarged nipples, but they're balloons. Blood. Okay, well, why not, I don't want everyone to... Yes. It's blocked. Caller blocked. So these calls you hear are the guy who's been threatening me. We just blocked the signal. Anyway, Kit Boga does a show. Thank you for that link, Scissor Fight.
Way in order to defraud the federal government, or it was an honest mistake?
So he gets people on the phone who are IR scammers or people from Nigeria trying to get your, your passcode to your computer so they can, or charge you $500 to hijack your computer. He scams them, and he does a great job. And we really like 24 minutes of endless humor listening to people respond to his crank calls. And he uses a voice synthesizer, so he sounds like a lot of different people. Kind of like what I do with my real voice, which is amazing, considering I'm so talented. Yes, chemtrails. You want to talk about those two or mention? Excellent. Great. Yeah. That's weird. Very strange. Hold on, please. Yeah, I normally don't lose the phone like that. I'm not doing an African voice. That's ridiculous. I've done a lot of voices. I mean, look at this.
Looking at it in the Playboy magazine. After all, Nancy takes Valium. And I like those little jelly beans. That's Ed doing his transgender.
Yeah, you really got a mouthful there, buddy.
I've never had sex with anyone. God, Ed. Well, hello, everybody. Hi. What is your question, though, Precious? Are you worried about your gay rights? My fellow Americans, I am not a crook.
So as you can see, it's kind of a fun show. Yeah, okay. I think my battery went dead on that, but that will be in our show tonight. The IRS scammer is a terrible liar. Thank you for the link. Awesome. Yeah, without your link, Scissor Fight, the show would be pretty dead. You really, you are the background of link providing. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, we have so many links in the queue right here of just stuff I could talk about on the internet, which I think I should talk about, because it's not about just me, it's about the country we're living in. No, I don't think I did it. I've never really been on a show. Wow. Washington State House passed a bill to ban personal philosophical vaccine exemptions. Wow. See, the Washington State's doing the same thing. This is a trend they're trying to do to make it impossible for people not to vaccinate themselves. What the Democrats are pushing for is herd inoculation, meaning forced inoculation. We're heading toward a totalitarian state where the police force people stop to check to see if you've been vaccinated. The day will come when these checkpoints for DUIs will be checkpoints for vaccinations, if we go down that road. The world, the dystopian future that is outlined by this New World Order that's been in the works since Agenda 21 and on to Agenda 2030 is so frightening that if you don't recognize its early signs right now and realize you need new political representation, we're all screwed. They really are pushing this agenda constantly, and they're not going to stop, even with the gun control and all the false flags that have been pushed. They're not going to stop. Unless we out them with awareness and share the information with more people that we're being lied to, our country is doomed to the same fate that Germany was prior to the death of all those people and the collapse of Germany. So we're kind of being overtaken internally right now. Now, if you don't understand that seriousness, and politically that's one of the most important issues to discuss, is our powerlessness. This is not... No, that's not an actual Awesome Carl call. Sorry, dude. You got to do a lot better on the voice. Awesome Carl sounds like, "Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl. How are you?" A little bit higher pitched. We obviously can't stop the 5G network. It's already in place. And it's been happening, whether you like it or not, in the background by people that we profiled on the show. It's, yeah. Whew. This guy right here, former FCC
introducing the
chair.
Live now for remarks from...
We've got people in our country who are engaged in some pretty powerful rhetoric at the highest level, and they support 5G at such a high level that it's not even funny. It's sick. And people like Tom Wheeler, the FCC chair, he's made statements that are just so horrific that people cringe. He says it's damn important that we have 5G to compete with other countries. Now, unless I can see the efficacy of a 5G network where it actually is needed, I can't agree with him. And there's been no peer-reviewed studies to determine if 5G is even safe. They're parading forth with this unlimited bound and potential in their mind without even testing its safety on humans. Now, just last week in the Netherlands at The Hague, there was a test done on a mast, a 5G mast, in which 150 birds dropped dead when it was activated. That's right, 150 birds literally just dropped to the ground and died when they clicked the on button.
So our spectrum trifecta begins with low-band spectrum that is optimal for wide area coverage applications. At this very moment, we're in the midst of the world's first incentive auction to make greenfield low-band spectrum available.
Yeah. Okay, greenfield low-band spectrum. You know, they've opened up a massive amount of bandwidth. Okay, check this out. They've opened up a lot of bandwidth when they dropped the analog to the digital network in 2009. Many of you probably remember when we converted. None of us could use rabbit ears on our TV. UHF wouldn't work. America is digital completely. So the analog system had a huge amount of bandwidth from the channels 1 through 13. They never really allocated it for the use in the band spectrum of the airwaves that we have right now. They could have easily opened it up to massive amount of cell phone communication. So we never access that. It's still a military bandwidth, which is suspicious. And then they're asking for bigger lines, which means the conduit goes from that size to that size. Now, I know a lot of ladies don't like that size. They prefer that size. But in this case, thank you. In this case, 5G is very dangerous because it is wrapped copper, and we really don't know what they're going to use it for. Now, the amount of the electricity that is used to send 50,000 signals, cell phone signals from, say, LA to Seattle is no more than your microwave. And the amount of electric conduit doesn't have to be bigger than this. So why is it they need these massive bundles of copper wire and fiber optics? No one knows. Very suspicious. So a lot of people on the internet have begun to believe that this is a weaponization of our electric grid and our telecommunication systems. One guy took his phone out, was talking to people in LA, and he's saying, look at all this stuff. What do they need 5G for when we could drop lines in the homes with our existing telephone lines, cable lines? What do we even need 5G for? It doesn't make any sense at all, except as some sort of a weapon. So the American people are really beginning to wake up out here in the peripheral of the internet and realizing that there's something wrong with our public officials. They don't even question anything. And like I said earlier, that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just announced that the CDC hasn't tested any vaccines in 30 years. They don't even know the interdiction or synergistic effects of various vaccines when they come together. They haven't even analyzed it. They're flying dark and they're using your kids as dummies. So they don't care about us. It's that bad. They don't care about us. And it's sad. People like that are really kind of disturbing. He's like a zealot. I actually met him at a teleconference in Sacramento on government operations. Sarah and I did a little trip to a convention in Sacramento a few years ago. And I walked right up to Tom and talked to him straight up. I just couldn't help but notice his beaming head and energy. It's like I was talking to Lucifer himself. His lust for this 5G network is scary.
The broadcasters have stepped up to bring spectrum to the market. Shortly, the wireless industry will have the opportunity to fulfill their repeated requests for more spectrum with this beachfront spectrum.
Okay, well, bottom line is they could easily open up that spectrum without having to add more wire. That's my point. Doesn't make any sense why they bundle so much wire together. A large bundle of copper is actually boy, we're flying here. Thank you for the link, Drumstick.
We did. Welcome back.
We got a terrifying truth, cancer, and worse. Dr. Anthony Miller on the Vinny Eastwood Show. We'll play that tonight. Yeah, we're very concerned, and this is a growing concern on the blogosphere about the dangers of the 5G network is part of that problem. Okay, prove without a doubt chemical attack in Syria was staged. Right, 4.5-minute video.
Syria producer is challenging the mainstream narrative on an alleged chemical attack in the country. He claims that video of the supposed aftermath of a toxic strike in the Syrian city of Douma was, in fact, staged. It is a line that Russia and Damascus have long maintained. Others, though, accepted the video at face value, touting it as evidence of the Syrian government attacking its own people. RT's Murad Gazdiev investigates.
You don't hear it very often, not even a doubt, not a suspicion, but a certainty that the hospital scenes of the alleged chemical attack in Douma were staged. And this is coming from a BBC Syria producer.
After almost 6 months of investigations, I can prove without a doubt that the Douma hospital scene was staged. No fatalities occurred in the hospital.
The incident in question occurred almost a year ago when...
Okay, we'll bring you this video tonight as well. And we just got a photograph of the core of one of these.
Ladies and gentlemen, to part two of this.
with the core of one of these telecommunications pictures. We just got a picture. I've never seen that before. Thank you for that link. Yeah, it's a pretty severe example there. Look at that. So the amount of copper doesn't make any sense at all. Obviously the spectrum around it is an insulator to cover the field energy that's created between those. And you've got different elements that buffer each other, but the amount of copper does not make any sense. It's a gross amount of copper that isn't needed for telecommunications, and most of all, because we got the 4G network now, it works great. Most of all, it poses a huge danger to the population. Now, there's a controversy about smart meters, and many of you who are living next to smart meters, because we're talking about sustainable issues tonight. I hope you understand. It's all about the environment and how you're going to survive in the future. If you have smart meters in your house, near your outside, you need to get a room away from that. That should be a room that you shouldn't be in very often during the day, because there's significant factors and proof showing that smart meters contribute to brain cancer. These are smart meters you typically have in your house. There are people that can build, there's Faraday cages for smart meters, but it's a controversial issue. Bottom line is, stay away from them. If you're in an apartment building with a grid of these next to your room, you may ask your super to ask for a transfer. Seriously. And you don't have to tell him. I mean, obviously he's going to send somebody there, some poor dupe to send him, but I mean, I'm talking about your safety. I don't want you to be in a situation where, you're exposed. Now, what I did is I put a Faraday cage over mine, but you can build a tinfoil one as easily as this to direct the beam energy. And there's a lot of field energy coming off of these things. It's a massive amount. Now, this one here is made out of aluminum screen fencing you can get at your local hardware store and wrap some zip cords around it. That's the easiest thing to do. Seriously, just get some aluminum, go to Ace and get some aluminum screening material, about a half of a yard, and get some zip ties and daisy chain them and zip tie it around. That's one way to do it. It does not in any way impair the functionality of the meter. It still sends a signal out because it only needs a little dot to send energy out and receive. It mostly just sends out. It's one way. So they can pick up any little dot getting out of there just as easily as they can a massive amount of dots coming out in all directions. They didn't plan on our safety. I'm so sorry to tell you that. And to this day, our government has not issued a national public service announcement warning of the dangers of cell phones and cordless phones next to our head. When I take calls and I put it next to my ear, I'm actually endangering my head, my brain. But I have a minimum use of it. But if your kids are hooked up to their cell phones right now and they're holding them next to their heads, tell them to hold it at arm's length and put the speaker on and go in the closet if they want to talk to their friends. I'm serious. No, that's not true. No, they've been fully tested. The cage itself, what it does, since you obviously don't know what you're talking about, Gardy Lou, the cage itself, the netting around it diffuses the field energy, which is radiant and going off in all different directions. The specific energy that goes out through the pinpoints of the screen is getting out in specific areas and doesn't have the same field energy effect that it would otherwise. So I think you need to really study what I'm talking about, because obviously you have no knowledge whatsoever. Anyway, back to you guys at iBlog. I've been ignoring you. I'll add that chemical tape to our show tonight, and I'll put it in war as well. Thank you. Yeah, we've been lied to about the Syrian war. That's one of the reasons why I've been urging us to get out, and it's really important to understand that Donald Trump is actually doing a lot of the things that I'm talking about. Because of that, and because I am convinced that he's actually finds our show interesting, I continue to take a neutral position on Trump. I'm as much as I believe that he is guilty of collusion with Russia. Very little could convince me otherwise. I'm also willing to help through the future transition our government's going to have to make as we realize that we cannot allow Russia to dominate our politics. Now, when the Democrats finally realize that, that'll be great. Right now, I'm seeing no migration whatsoever. I see a lot of grandstanding by people like Ocasio-Cortez drawing a huge amount of media. Where's the impeachment trial? I mean, it's like they put this dunce in front of us to make fun of her so that we don't talk about the impeachment trial. There's no impeachment going on. And I must remind you that Adam Schiff is a relative of George Soros. I know. You don't like to hear that, do you?
Call from
Ralph.
To accept, press 1. To voicemail.
Go ahead, Ralph. What's up? Yeah, what's that? What's the question? Yeah. Yeah, what's your question, man? No, you're not on the air. What's your question? All right. Well, Ralph, your reaction time is so slow. You're on Xanax or something. And if you're trying to give me another death threat, we are recording all these calls. So bear in mind, Echelon has the ability to analyze your voice and sculpt an analysis, finding you in that specific area you're living with your voice match to find the location of your residence. You can be located with your voice now. I'm just warning you. Every one of your death threats coming in here are going to be traced in the future. Now, we have recordings of all of them. So if you think you're going to use a phone in the future on your cell phone somewhere, we'll know where you are. We have the ability to identify you as who you are based on your voice print. I hate to tell you, but you're screwed, buddy. Every one of these death threats is going to get you 25 years in jail. That's not fun. David, have you ever had surgery? Yes, I have. I had surgery when I was a young boy. Yes. Not that young. I was 11 years old. I had a couple broken arms. One was set in a cast. Actually, they both were set in casts. Yeah. It wasn't exactly a fun experience to be, my life as a child was difficult. Although it was really enjoyable the first 5 years of my life. I had a great time. But as I got older, it became much more difficult. You're looking for a Brazilian butt lift like Madonna had? I know. Madonna's Brazilian butt lift is perhaps the envy of the town. She's gotten a lot of mileage out of that butt lift. It's getting people to notice. I mean, who would ever guess that Madonna would have such an incredibly established butt line? But there it is for all of you to see. I think she's something else. Look at that. And she said, you can't make fun of me. I can do whatever I want with my butt. Yeah. Isn't that nice? You don't like it? You're not attracted to a big butt? Okay. Be that way, dude. I would never put silicone in my buttock. No. I just cannot imagine having a nicer buttock anyway, you know? Why is it humans are so fixated on their bodies? It is so irrelevant. I can't. It would be a national treasure to reveal you my butt. They say I have one of the nicest butts in the world. I try to minimize people's view of my butt. Most people have an idea that butts are important to them, so. Like Howard Stern. I'm not here to criticize Madonna. I think she's got some pretty amazing music under her belt. I find her kind of an odd Illuminati puppet, but, you know, they're all different. All the Illuminati puppets are different. Some of them have a different approach. Many of the people who are working for our government's propaganda system and the Tavistock Institute have developed a kind of an attitude like of entitlement, like somehow they're special. They're all bought and sold. They're owned. She appeased her Zionist masters by becoming Jewish. I know, I heard. It's amazing. Thank you for sharing, Son of Alpo. I heard, yeah, Amazon paid $0 in taxes. That sucks. Yeah, when you think about it. There are a lot of women who are used by the Illuminati to manipulate your minds. Actors, singers, whatever. But the ones that come forth are rare. Occasionally you get, a sweet girl who is turned into an Illuminati sex puppet, and they reveal their story. Sometimes you get, that story. Like this one right here,
Hello, my name is Marion Schneider and I'm from SAF TV, and we have done an interview with Kathy O'Brien and Mark Phillips. We invited them to Germany because we want to know more about their experience with Secret Service, one could say, and with mind control programs they have personally experienced.
Okay, so one of the people that they interviewed was this young girl on the left, and she talked about her experience as a mind-controlled sex slave of this force of. They own our government. They own the mind control, and they get people like this to lure men in who are, especially underage women.
I saw how Mark treated Kathy. He was very kind. He was very gentle. When she would speak, he would respect her, and vice versa. And that showed me a lot. And they said, if you would come and stay and work for us, we can tell you how we helped ourselves, and maybe you can help yourself too.
So Kathy O'Brien and Mark Phillips pulled her aside and helped her, get through her tough transition to reality. She was used as a sex slave, and she was manipulated by the very people I'm referring to, this dark cabal that will lure our government politicians into secret sex acts with underage young women, or men for that matter. And that's this whole series of things that have been happening in our country that many of us don't have any awareness of. Propaganda being orchestrated, media being manipulated. The Tavistock Institute has been programming our brains since the Beatles. In 1946, they developed right out of the end of the Nazi era, and the Tavistock Institute became an instrument of our government to manipulate the minds of others. They started, their budget was fairly big, and later they became a major part of our history. The Beatles themselves were just a bunch of guys working in Hamburg when they were approached by the Tavistock leaders from Frankfurt, who came over there and started hiring them, and then they put this idea together as the Beatles. That was the idea of the Tavistock. And the Beatles weren't even, the Beatles. They were just a front group to present confusion. Well, let me have an expert explain it to you from that era.
One of the things you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. Well, the Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you have to go back to the college days on the writings of Aristotle. And I made a note this morning before I came on this program of what he said about music and its influence on politics. He said, emotions of any kind are produced by melody and rhythm. Therefore, by music, a man becomes accustomed to feeling the right emotions. Music has the power to form character, and the various kinds of music based on the various modes may be distinguished by their effect on character. One example, working in the direction of melancholy, another in the direction of femininity, one encouragement, abandonment, another self-control, another enthusiasm, and so on through the series. And what I discovered was that the actual Tavistock Institute took this theme, and they said, we are going to put this into practice. And well before Theo Adorno, who was the creator of the Beatles, arrived in England, he was already well known to Tavistock. And he was offered a facility at Scotland at Gordonstoun School, where the royalty were educated. And as soon as he landed he had to flee Germany because he's tinkering with the minds of children through music.
Tinkering with the minds of children through music. So anyway, this goes deep. Our government has a big black budget to manipulate politicians, and they have puppets that do work in film and television. What more can I say? I mean, there's not a lot more beyond that. We don't know exactly who, where, and how this happens, but it has been going on for some time. Now, one of the big goals was to turn our country into, initially turn us into enamored with love and peace, break through that consciousness of love, and then gradually incinerate it, cauterize it, by convincing everybody that the peace movement of the 1960s, you remember the peace movement. You don't remember? You do? You don't? Hillary, do you remember the peace movement? No, she doesn't. No. There she is. Yeah, the peace movement of the 1960s, as evinced by the peace sign, was denigrated and actually reduced to a drug culture. So when you think of the 60s, you talk to people in your family and your grandpa, your uncle. What was the 60s like? What was the 60s like, dude? All they would probably tell you is, it was really cool. It was like a really peaceful time, but we were at war with Vietnam and all that. But there was a love feeling in the air. Well, the 60s devolved because the Beatles devolved. The Beatles went from these amazing characters in 1967 to, in 1966, with their hairdo, to 69. I mean, the images of their years and the changes, it's almost unbelievable. The juxtaposition. So the Beatles essentially turned into drug addicts right before our very eyes. They were these really clean-cut guys, and then gradually, within a short period of time, they were, falling into drug hysteria, dropping acid, and that was all by design. They pushed the entire peace movement into the drug culture. That was part of the Tavistock Institute's primary goal, to trivialize peace and love, to turn it into something dirty and ugly. I hope you get the gist of what I'm saying, because this is advanced mind control that's been exercised over a massive culture that we live in. Now, I remember the 60s because I lived through it. And I used to, look out the door, the window of my car, or the car my parents were driving us in, and I'd see these people just like trying to present love and peace. And it was to stop the Vietnam War. And we go back to that because that really is the only sustainable model for humanity, is to not be at war. That's the only sustainable model that will help humanity. But many years ago, in the 1970s, our government did a study at the Rand Corporation to determine what our government or what our economy would be like if we weren't at war. And the results were kept secret from the public. The Rand Corporation was only allowed to reveal this when a Freedom of Information Act request came through. And they had to tell the American people later, and this was revealed but not in the media, that our country cannot survive economically if we are not at war. Not at the way we are currently living. It's a very serious and somber reality that we're facing. So our war in Iraq is still going on. Our troops are still deployed. They're still looking at newer and more powerful weapons. This recent attempt by Vladimir Putin to scare the world with this missile that can go 27 times the speed of sound is grandstanding. It's complete grandstanding, and reminds me, it's reminiscent of what Hitler did. Hitler absolutely threatened people, with powerful weapons. Why would Vladimir Putin be doing that? It doesn't make any sense, unless he knew that he had, control over our government somehow, and we weren't going to make a big deal about it. Trump hasn't said a word about Vladimir Putin's statements. He has refused to even comment on the other than to say that we're canceling the Intermediate Nuclear Force Treaty, the INF Treaty. Donald Trump has done nothing but initiate a series of counter threats claiming we're building up our nuclear defenses, our short-range nuclear defenses. We're moving in the wrong direction. Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev had signed the Intermediate Nuclear Force Treaty, which is a sustainable model for humanity at the very least. And that was considered almost too little too late. But now we've gone completely in the opposite direction. And we are now looking at a potential dangerous scenario. Yeah. We as people and around the world should be working toward humanitarian efforts, like presenting food drops for people, aerial food drops for people that would bypass some of these barriers, like we have at the border with Venezuela right now. President Maduro of Venezuela, who's not recognized now by the Western world, he's refusing all humanitarian aid to a country that's starving to death because he's afraid that they are going to send in weapons or bombs or worse to make it look like stage an event and make it look like something he did. So he will not allow anything in his country. I seriously doubt he would have anything to say if we dropped these right over the borderline with Colombia. People could forage for food. It's going to be that bad if we don't start coming up with solutions for people like that, instead of fighting it and turning them into an obstacle like Donald Trump is doing. Donald Trump is simply doing whatever the Illuminati wants him to do. They want to acquire control over. They want to acquire control over the oil that Venezuela has. 18% of the world's oil, or our oil, theoretically could come from Venezuela. So fire off those rounds and stop this endless battle of weaponry. Vladimir Putin needs to be called out by the world itself and said, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep threatening a country like ours. It's not going to work well for him. We're going to look better. When we're seeking peace around the world, he's going to look like a warmonger. And if he starts wars, we can finish him. We certainly have a superiority in the military than Soviet has nowhere near our capacity. We have way more weapons than the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union. Russia, which acquired the Soviet Union's missiles and weapons, have nowhere near the number of aircraft carriers we have, as well as short-range nuclear missiles. And right now, Donald Trump is making an attempt to build mini bombs, which is another kind of scary thing. Mini nukes. Yeah, I don't have that link right now. Let me see Trump nuclear. Let's go to nuclear. Oh, here we go. Zero Hedge. Here's something. Yeah, this is similar in discussion. The world's most dangerous nuclear weapon just rolled off the assembly line. Yeah, this is the discussion I was having. Last month, the Atomic Energy Commission, or formerly now it's called the National Nuclear Security Administration, announced that the first of a new generation of strategic nuclear weapons had rolled off the assembly line at its Pantex nuclear weapons plant in the panhandle of Texas. Welcome to the mini nuke. I mean, this is going to lead to death and destruction. There's no way we could possibly make this look any better than it is. It's a disaster. So the theory that we can somehow get rid of war by starting wars is relatively absurd. And that was a theory that Henry Kissinger had for the longest time, which many people think is, the little boy, yeah, it's very dangerous to have nukes like this. But they're building more. They have to keep making weapons because this is where our economy makes money. So I've actually come up with a really interesting idea that I think the government could profit from, and we could also export a safety net around every country that we sell to. And it's called, I call it, let me get this up here, hang on. I call it the drone missile defense system. And this drone missile defense system could veritably be sold to our enemies even. I mean, it's not unheard of for our enemies to want, serious I assure you, we're not planning on attacking anyone. But the drone missile defense system could do what we can't, that is protect their country from even us. We could build, theoretically, a missile defense system made out of drones that can actually have rapid speed capability with charges of C4 inside of each one, which would neutralize any kind of incoming missile, including Vladimir's 27 times the speed of sound missiles. Seriously. We would have advanced knowledge that would create a safety net around the entire country where systems cannot run with interference from outside. They run internally on their own inner memory, that their chips are hardwired to simply do what they have to do. That's to defend an area that we tell them is a border, say a circle. They'll defend that circle. They'll defend the grid that we give them. They will not be able to communicate with each other or have any ability of higher learning capabilities or be able to be hijacked by even other countries, like they currently are making unmanned aerial vehicles to be hijacked, ironically. Iran took one of our unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, that Lockheed built about 10 years ago in 2010 and landed it in Tehran. They overtook its telemetry and took it down and landed it safely. So a lot of our unmanned aerial vehicles are prone to interference as well. There's a lot of jamming technology now, EMP capabilities, because they all require electricity to be running. They are almost unable to function without it. These would not. These would be able to run on hydrogen and also electricity, much like a hybrid electric car or a hybrid hydrogen-driven car. These would be able to have hydrogen jetpacks compressing hydrogen as they fly, drawing it from the water in the air, dehumidifying the water in the air, and then converting into oxygen and hydrogen, outgassing the oxygen and just keeping the hydrogen for massive bursts of speed. I anticipate these things could go Mach 2, and they'd be enough of a charge to detonate in an area that would be a safety net around our country. We could offer this same service to any one of our allies to begin with, and then maybe we could turn around at some point and develop a plan to sell to our enemies so that they know that they would be defended against. You see, this terrible paranoia that has taken over the human race has forced us into a mindset where we're all enemies as opposed to all safe. And if we move toward a concept where we're all safe as nations and be able to solve our own problems internally, we won't need a new world order run by a bunch of buffoons who think that they're ordained by God to run the world. We'll have the nation-state model that we have today, and we'll also have all the safeguards that predict and prevent potential conventional wars or worse, nuclear war. So this strategy is also part of an inclusive idea I have toward bringing world peace at the same time, which is to share technology in certain key areas, enhancing our ability to sell, which is what we need to do to survive as an economy. We can't just do it not selling any type of military components or robots. We have to move in that direction. But bringing forth another idea, which is essential, which is the idea that, and I've been talking about this on our Saturday shows too, the idea that if we have more water on Earth, it equals more food production, which equals more prosperity for every country, which equals peace on Earth. Now, this is a very simple combination of factors brought together that would, ultimately save the world, ironically. If we could just get these concepts brought forth in an international basis and work toward that goal, we could do that. So we have a plan called the Ocean Pipeline, which we came up with in 2005, Sarah and I did. It has been promoted as an ocean dome by Donald Trump, claiming it's his idea, but it wasn't. And the Ocean Pipeline project could veritably be exported around the world, and other countries could even duplicate our technology without any violations or against international patent law. These would be open, Creative Commons licensing, and these units could veritably power up a tremendous amount of fresh water. Now, if we use our plastic technologies and chemical knowledge of plastics, instead of making resin patio furniture and make polycarbonate see-through domes that are resilient to weather and last 40 years, this unit brings in salt water and uses solar power and wind power to do it, and then it desalinates inside of the chamber with just the sun. So there's no fossil fuel invested whatsoever, no greenhouse gases produced, and we're able to make fresh water just sitting here getting the sun every day. And we've already tried this out here. We got 3 gallons of water approximately from a dome we built out of plastic and piping. So 3 gallons a day out of one of these units, they're about 7 feet by 11 feet, is all we would need. These units can be connected, daisy chained together, and we could bring forth a lot of very powerful, solutions for other countries as well. Right now, there are people trying to monetize water. The Rothschilds and Rockefellers have purchased the Sonoma County water rights in California. It's like it's like they want to profit from everything. Whereas water should be cheaper and cheaper as time goes on, I think. I don't think we should just stick to the idea that water is something that should be like oil, a commodity. It should be so cheap, it should be readily available, because water will lead to populations of people growing, spidering out, new geography built, new cities. And our limits to growth concepts kind of go out the door when we start to realize if we could all live in harmony with nature, we could easily sustain 7.5 billion, even up to 10 billion people on this earth, if we just figured out how to properly handle the water problem, because that's really the problem. We have plenty of land, but not enough water. Thank you, Sarah. You pull a few things down off of here. Amazon didn't pay any taxes last year or the year before, and they made a double their profit this year. They made $11 billion in profit, which is about what Walmart makes, and they didn't pay any taxes. So our biggest corporations have been able to use and circumvent our tax laws to not pay any taxes. It means that we don't make any money on our biggest corporations, and Jeff Bezos walks away with billions. So it's kind of strange and ironic that our government is so stupid that they can't tax the most important people. You can blame Donald Trump for that because he gave the huge tax breaks to the rich. Yes, I'm afraid not. The water-based engines would not make the cost of water go way up. Water-based engines, the fact is, with the more fresh water we have, and many water-based engines are being built off a seawater concept. They're already looking at seawater as a battery cell too.
Have you talked about the Mars rover Real All Ranger asks?
No, I haven't.
So there's a Mars rover that's
an app you can pretend to be a...
No, now there's I think it's called the Opportunity, is just like, they can't do anything with it anymore. It's just stuck on Mars.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's because the rover itself may not actually exist. That's one theory. If you apply Occam's razor to the mindset of the logic there, if they can't move it anymore, that means they probably don't want to pretend like it's still there. Or maybe they can't move it anymore and it really is there, but more than likely that it doesn't exist. We know, I've traced the Mars rover to a testing site that NASA has in Greenland. We have photographs to verify that. No, I'm just saying that we've got photographs that they've done a lot of video testing of the landscape of Mars, and it happens to be exactly like the landscape of Greenland. So there's something wrong there, and we actually have photographs of Mars and on Greenland, on a Mars operation, and NASA's openly admitted to having some testing facilities in Greenland. So there's this plausible deniability that the NASA has that this is just a testing facility for equipment. But it just so happens their pictures are coming from the same region, and the topography of the Earth is exactly like the topography of Mars, right down to the small rocks that we see in the picture. So it's very questionable as to whether the Mars rover pictures are not Greenland. That's all I'm saying. It's difficult to imagine that we've been lied to. So if you don't want to go there, that's fine. I'm more than willing to believe that the Earth is, has been visited by aliens too. I just don't have any proof that it has. Yeah, now, many of you believe in aliens. I'm not here to condemn you or call you a conspiracy theorist, but I don't. And I have yet to see a credible picture of an alien, even though there's 5.4 billion cameras on Earth and everyone within a second could hit a button, click, and take a picture. So seriously, if you want to believe in aliens, you can do that too. So I've seen proof that we have landed on the moon that is not credible. I can blow holes through it. We've got pictures of the flag roaming in the wind. We've had this conversation before. Now, if you believe in a flat Earth, you're an absolute idiot. You might as well say that your brains are worthless at this point. You'll barely get through life. You should get a job somewhere where you can, flip burgers or something. Because anybody who believes that the Earth is flat but all the other planets are spherical it's beyond comprehension. Just because we may not have gone to the moon, and I'm not saying that's true or not, doesn't mean that everything NASA has ever said is contradicting the work of Galileo, Copernicus, or Bruno, one of the first theoreticians that we are living amongst planets and we are a planet. So don't fall into a trap like that. The flat Earth thing is a trap set by the government to somehow make the moon hoax theory seem ridiculous. But there's a lot more credible evidence to me and my belief that the moon hoax is a real story that we have to look at. I'm going to show everybody a quick picture, Sarah, of moon takeoff, the last photograph seen from the moon according to NASA. And it's just a quick journey into my library to pull it up. But here it is. This is a photograph taken from Apollo 17 from some sort of a lunar photographic equipment that was left there, or they didn't have the ability in 1979 to send information from the moon in video form, but whatever. Here's the picture that they said is the Apollo 17 lunar module lifting off of the moon.
4 days, push. Engine arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector grid. Ag side. Pitch over. Here you have.
Well, especially because of the zooms.
Well, the big problem. Yeah.
It's not. It would be. It's not a.
The big problem.
It's not a single. It's not just a camera sitting there.
Right. Well, this is the thing. It had to be manned by somebody. The zooms, and it's very much black and white contrast. You don't see any stars in the background, and NASA has very few stars in any of their photographs.
Do you see stars in the middle of the day, like at noon when you go outside?
I don't, but then again, you can't really say that they have the same view that the Earth has on the surface of the moon. So, and there's not as much light emanated from the surface of the moon. If you're in a dark area,
if you're on a light area, they were in the middle of daylight. I mean,
well, again. This issue of contrast we can argue back and forth on, but it does give them the ability to, by going into high contrast, and you can't dispute this, they can erase a piano wire which may be holding it up as it shakes, and you can see a little tipping as it lifts up.
Pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
I would say you have more of an argument about the zooming than any kind of piano wire movement.
Yeah. You mean the panning up? You're talking about the panning up? Yeah.
Zooming out and panning up.
Well, automated systems were able to do robotic functions back in 1979.
Then never mind. You just argued against yourself.
I don't mind doing that. I don't mind refuting my own points. But it sure looks fake to a lot of us. And you can take it for all it's worth, but whatever.
Well,
piano wires look very... Can I get you some water?
So here's the one that goes along with your issue is No, go ahead.
No, do you want some water?
Sure,
You seem
whatever.
to have a cough or something.
I do, but that's neither here nor
And now
there.
the anomalous action begins with the first of 21 approaching from upper right. At times there will be too many.
NASA bombshell. the International Space Station feed was cut after 21 anomalies were discovered during the Discovery mission. Appeared during the Discovery mission.
What's that? How ICE said, yeah, it was cut out after 21 anomalies appeared during the Discovery mission. This could be argued that they just don't want to fake it anymore. That's one theory. But yeah, if they don't have access to the rover, I guess all our videos and pictures will be what we have in our library from Greenland. All right. Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that was pretty interesting. All right, moving on. I was just looking at some articles. What's the other one I wanted to look at? There was a tech whiz who was behind Vine and HQ Trivia. He made millions of dollars in his 20s. His name was Colin Kroll. He was dead by 34. That does make me want to read more. $1 for 2 months. I'll think about it. I don't know. I think he probably OD'd or something like that. I'd have to research his name. Colin Kroll, Kroll. Oh, and this one I have to do for $1. Keep reading this for $1. Keep reading that for $1. Dollar me to death. Yeah. Guess I can't read any more news unless I want to pay $1. There's fake faces, people that don't exist, but they look like they exist because they've got backgrounds and like light on them. You can go to real news sites, yay, that want to pay me $1, want me to pay for $1 to read it. Haha. She wanted to make up her mind, so she put lipstick on her forehead. That's funny. Ah, when you said make up your mind. Fake things. Will this one make me? A new website that utilizes artificial intelligence can endlessly generate the faces of people who don't actually exist. The site is called thispersondoesnotexist.com. It's possible because of machine learning algorithms recently released by a company, by NVIDIA, of all people. I like NVIDIA. It analyzes countless photos of the human's face in order to generate realistic photos of its own. While creating such images initially required advanced computer hardware and specific knowledge, the process is now widely available. Thanks to the site, this person does not exist. Philip Wang, a software engineer at Uber and creator of the website, told Motherboard that the news service is designed to dream up a random face every 2 seconds. Wow. Concerns have been raised about the technology's potential use by trolls and sock puppets looking to conceal their true identity online. You can get a face of someone who doesn't exist and claim it's you. That's really good. It does like some random background images to make it look real. Look at ears, but there's some giveaways with the fake faces. You look at the ears, teeth, and necks, especially for some freak show entries. It can also be used to create fake cats, fake cars, and fake bedrooms. But it's sticking with fake human faces for now. Wow. Deep fakes where people look like they said something but they never actually said it.
Yeah, we have the technology.
No, I never plan on getting married.
We have the technology now to take a picture and then send it to the Earth from another body outside of our planet. We have that technology. But they didn't have it in 1975. It was 1979 that they developed this.
Well, they claimed to have it when they did the moon landing.
They do. They had the ability to send audio signals.
No, didn't they have video, like one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind? Wasn't that a video?
That was live video. You're right. You're right.
I know I'm right. The only thing that
if
at least
if they faked it then
that they did.
Yeah, if they faked that then, and they didn't have that ability, and they faked that then your premise is wrong. But if that really did happen and it really did send a video, you're right. They could have taken a picture of that going up.
But the thing is
sent it to
that
us.
how do they do the zoom out and all of that?
That's
Look
hard
like,
to imagine. Yeah, that's a pretty complicated move. You're right.
I mean, at least back then I would have thought it was. It's still complicated today, but yeah. Anyway. A self-aware robot repairs itself. Homeland Security is replacing their troubled biodefense system with another flawed approach. I wonder what that is. Men who can do more than 40 push-ups are 96% less likely to develop heart disease. I used to be able to do a push-up on a ball. 40 of them? I don't know, but I should get back into that. I haven't done that lately. Used to do 150 push-ups a day. Wow. AI is now self-aware, following a historic breakthrough by Columbia University's Creative Machine Labs. They built a self-aware robot arm. It's capable of constructing an image of itself from scratch. Oh, I remember this one. Okay. First, they let this robot arm move around randomly to collect causal information in relation to itself. So it learned what happens to it when it moves. It used the information to allow it to learn ideas about what it is and an awareness of self. The robot knows what happens to the arm when it does something. It can learn despite beginning with literally no assumptions about the world. So machine learning versus deep learning. Machine learning is a system that adapts to new data and improves with access to new information. Deep learning uses fancy linear algebra and matrix multiplications to attempt to mimic how nerves operate in the brain. You think guys should be able to do at least 20 push-ups and be able to bench press their own body weight? I don't know about bench pressing your own body weight. That's a lot to ask. Alright, that was interesting. Interesting little read. What if it knows about the switch to shut it off? I don't know. Ha ha, True Blue. Can you bench press your own body weight, Johnson? No, I hate hot dogs. And I hate most sausages. I don't like Polish sausages in particular, sorry, but I just don't. Italian sausage is okay. Yeah, I hate kielbasa. I hate bologna. I hate salami. Pepperoni is okay. Basically only Italian sausage, and that's about it. And sometimes breakfast sausage, sometimes. No, I don't know what. No, it's not just the I don't know what they put in kielbasa, but I hate it. not a fan. Definitely not a fan. Prosciutto, I have had prosciutto, like prosciutto wrapped around mozzarella. Not my thing either. I don't like truffle oil. To me, I don't really like it. I could see it maybe if it was heated. Are you supposed to heat it up, like toast it, so that the cheese melts or something, and the prosciutto gets crispy? I don't know. I've always eaten it cold, and maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. But oh, I don't like breakfast burritos either. I guess I am picky. I didn't realize I was this picky. I usually am not that picky of an eater, but I guess I am. I hate hot dogs. Probably with a passion. I hate hot dogs. I've had hot dogs, but I really hate them. But I actually, I'll eat Vienna sausages. All right, Rex, go to sleep. Is that what you're saying? I don't know. Don't hate it if it's not healthy. I know it's not healthy to hate, but hot dogs are not healthy. Yeah, Vienna. Vienna and Italian, that's about it. That's good. I'm glad you gave up processed food. The world's most dangerous glacier may collapse. Good, I'm glad you don't eat them. Yeah, they're not good. Oh no, Chef Boyardee. Oh God, no. Don't like that either. I guess I am picky. Who knew? Like, no. Not gonna eat that. NASA warning as the world's most dangerous glacier to collapse after a huge cavity was found. A doomsday glacier is on the verge of disintegration, which could trigger an apocalyptic sea level rise in the process. West Antarctica's Thwaites Glacier covers 70,000 square miles. It's about the size of Florida. The ice has been dubbed the world's most dangerous glacier because it holds enough ice to raise the world's oceans by more than 2 feet. And it backstops other ice sheets with the potential to raise sea levels an additional 8 feet if all the ice is lost. Point Break. You should watch Point Break. Is that the one with the surfers, Point Break? Eureka alert. Okay. Life is beautiful most of the time, not even just Friday through Monday. .org. Oh, that does look good. All right. How do we conserve and restore computer-based art in a changing technological environment? Oh, good. Nearby river of stars. Ooh, that's good. David doesn't have a belly button ring. On Eureka Alert, there's real science, no fluff. I like that. Thank you. No, he doesn't. There's no hamster either. Oh, ooh, thank you for this. I needed to read this article from Eureka Alert. Goodness, grabbed the wrong thing. Wow. Um, sorry, I was reading a really good... I'm reading a really good article. Real science, no fluff. I like that. That's good. Oh, wow. All right. Sorry, the cast has not stopped. Sometimes Sarah goes into deep thoughts. It's still going on. I just am not as good as David as filling the space all the time. But I could do some trivia to fill the space. That would be good. I know David is just so good. He just is so fantastic. I know, typical woman. But do all women have that like silent period? I know I do. I normally don't like talking a lot. Or is it just to the show? Is it just David? I don't know. I don't like talking all the time. It just is disturbing. And I don't like talking about what's all wrong in the world. There's too many things that are right. And anyway. It's just, that's the way it is. Oh, it was buffering? Then maybe it is iVlog. Okay. The National Guard is headed to the border to build a wall. I guess he'll get his way one way or another, huh? The global source for science news, Eureka Alert. I like that. Thank you for that. For that. You say they're not going to build anything? Isn't like some Democrats like, let's tear down all the walls and have open borders? Kind of bizarre in my opinion. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, your hair looks great tonight. That shampoo's working for you.
I don't even know what I did. What has roots and grows higher than trees but never stops growing? Higher than trees? Hair?
I'm trying to get that one, yeah.
I don't know. All right.
What is bizarre is not having proper security on our southern border. You're right, Bad Dog. I agree. I strongly support this wall, or whatever he wants to call it, a force field. I was suggesting an invisible fence.
Issues over at iVlog.
Oh, iVlog. Let's hit it again.
Oops. Okay.
We sometimes lose our connection at various networks for whatever reason. We're not sure why.
Roger, Roger, are we back on?
Roger, Roger.
Good. All right, here's David. Thank you for the Eureka Alert site. Real science news. No fluff.
Great.
It's Eureka Alert.
Eureka Alert.
Eureka Alert.
Real science, no fluff.
It is probably because we're casting to multiple sites.
Non-fake news. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, David.
Thanks for being such a great support and giving me these breaks. I needed it. Amazing how long this battery lasts. The instant audience battery. We've been successfully using it for a couple of years now. You know, I had I had an experience today where I found some beef hot dogs, all beef hot dogs, for 50 cents for a package, and they were no hormones, no GMO. Yeah, well, it could be GMO, excuse me. Yeah, but whatever. All beef hot dogs, and I went for it. 50 cents a package. I got 2, 3, 4 packages. We have Reconnect over at iBlog. Over. Roger that. Over. Over Roger. I got to get rid of some links. So what I do is I flip these pages in my library, my Flipboard. So if I'm looking at a page like this, Eureka News, Eureka Alert, I'll go to this F button right up here, and this is my Flipboard button. Opens up Flipboard. Clarence. And this looks like a science news, so I'm going to put it in Tech Tools, just for lack of a better place to stick it, and just hit flip, and it's done. Yeah, and we have a library of all of our magazines that we've been storing online, especially our 153news.net site, which is not censored like YouTube. And it is highly recommended. You know, you check out our magazine for 153news.net, but we've got all kinds of other areas as well. And if you're looking to find links from way back, our earliest link library of 3,300 links has that available. And that's 3,500 links actually. You have to access on it has to be accessed on Opera if you really want to see it now. The browsers are making it impossible to open up old sites. It's weird. So NASA warnings the world's most dangerous glacier to collapse after a huge cavity is found. Oh, good, yeah. Okay, NASA has warned doomsday glaciers on the verge of disintegration, triggering an apocalyptic sea level rise in the process. Wow, that's scary. Yeah, I heard this guy before. He talks about this prophecy.
Would rise by maybe 3 to 5 meters. Is huge. It's about 2/3 of the size of Great Britain. And it contains vast amounts of ice. And if that ice were to be transported into the ocean, it would affect global sea levels quite significantly. In fact, global sea level would rise by maybe 3 to 5 meters. Over the last 10 years, there's been a total transformation in our abilities to predict and understand the behavior of the ice sheets. But there's still more work to be done.
That would take out all of Florida and most of New York City.
All of this is to understand.
You're in bed wearing your Gucci slippers? Well, don't get them dirty there, you love burping.
The processes and to predict the future of that glacier and the impact on global sea levels.
Yeah, well, the impact on the global sea levels will be greatly drastically. So anything can happen. And there's, a shelf on the coast of Portugal. Yes. That it has the potential to drop directly into the ocean and create a massive tsunami along the Atlantic seaboard. Yeah. So Spain is also involved. The Rock of Gibraltar has the origin of the reef, and it could very likely be a global disaster if it were to follow. But we can also get hit by an asteroid too. So let's be clear. Well, let's be clear. Michael Obama is a transgender. Let's be perfectly clear. I would like to say that there's talk of Hillary running. Well, not really running. She's working on walking right now. So as soon as she's able to walk, she should be running. And of course, there's the corporatocracy connecting Donald Trump. We should talk about that. Is Donald Trump good for business? I think he is. I can't help but say he's not branding our country with the Trump brand. I mean, let's face it, we got a pretty good deal. It only cost us our entire national sovereignty. But hey, we got a guy who represents corporations, who's helping the economy, which helps corporations. How about that? See, corporations want to get rid of boundaries like countries. We're an obstacle to corporations. Corporations are kind of like the lordships in feudal times that wanted control. They're no different, really. And with Citizens United passing the Supreme Court, corporations are individuals too, which means they have rights too. You can't just deny them their right to free speech or controlling your political situation or media control. They have the right to get their message out there everywhere. Whereas you and I were confined to this one location to talk. Hi, nice to see you out there in minimal free speech land. So there's that factor that really, makes you wonder, are these people propping him up just to keep making money and robbing us of our equity, draining every dollar America has in its coffers? And the answer is yes, they are. They're trying to profit as much as possible. They hired one of the top liquidators, Donald Trump, to make a complete waste of our entire government, overspending $1 trillion a year. Screwing up trade deals with China, and now he says it's working very well. I seriously doubt that. So yeah, he's doing his job, and you guys who voted for him think you're making America great again. So it's a win-win for everybody, right? Are you even here, Cal Worthington? Are you talking to me or are you talking to Mad Dog? There's a mountain in Florida. It's about 283 feet high in Ocala. Okay. Well, let's go. I am searching the Zillow database for Ocala, Florida. Yeah, let's take a look. Zillow.com. We do this on Sustainable Saturday just to make sure that you know that you can buy property, near a place where you can get to a high mountain. I'm about 60 feet off the water right now. So if a 15-foot raise like he's suggesting would happen, I'd be okay, but I'd probably have to, fight people off from trying to, get to my house because they don't have a house. There's only going to be a few people displaced, like about maybe 5,000 people on the island I live on. So you go to the buy section. Feel very rich when you do this because you can go anywhere in the country. Ocala, Florida. And you can find property. Let's see if there's anything available. Oh my gosh. That looks like a real winner. There you go. Look at that. $20,000. You can be near the mountain. Near the mountain. Yeah, sir. Now, if I were to live in Florida, this would be my perfect spot. Wow, look at that. Now you got a little dirt road, kind of a runner around the whole thing. Look at that. The roof just needs a paint job. The house looks pretty good overall. Yeah. It's got a road. Whoa, that road doesn't have cracks in it like they do in North Carolina. So if I were to, have to beehive it out of there, I definitely would want to hit the road, Jack. You better not go now. Let's see if we can find that mountain you're talking about. Yeah, I don't think I see the mountain anywhere near here. But you'll find the mountain. It's probably near Silver Springs over here. It's hard because you got to get a horizontal view on the whole thing, and it's difficult to do, to cavitate the entire thing. If you go to aerial, you'll look at, Ocala. There must be something over here. Oh yeah, the Ocala National Forest in Lake George. This is kind of a nice place. I hope they don't have any alligators there. And where in the Panhandle is it? There you go. You're not too far down to the Panhandle. You're not down there in Everglades where the anacondas hang out. Well, I think I found my ideal home. I'm not going to give you the link. Sorry. It's mine. I'll ask my broker to pick that up. One of my many survival properties around the world. George, just leave the keys in my safety deposit box and I'll use it as a backup plan. Yeah. Well, it's kind of a nice area. I've never lived in Florida. I've never been to Florida, but I've talked to people who say it's not all bad. And now that I know I can get to a mountain within a few hours, I mean, who wouldn't want to go to the forest? I know, I want to hang out there. I don't want to leave there. Now that I'm there, Mr. Trump, do you mind leaving there? Okay, bye. Let's take a look. Yeah. Lots of other properties, too. All right, so go over to the mountain. You drive a little ways over this way. Let's see if there's any roads. Oh, yeah. Right through Silver Springs, straight up the Highway 40. I'm there. Oh, my gosh. This is great. I've got my survival property really mapped out here. Woods and the lakes. This is awesome. Let's go there. Let's take a look. Okay, we're going to get up that mountain. We're going down Highway 40. We're barreling down. We'll get there. Past a few lakes. It's not a bad place. I'm telling you, the sand is easy to grow stuff there. I just have to find the mountain. I'll find it later. Yes, he's nice. Castro could trade with us. You know, I'm ashamed that Trump hasn't opened up the door of trade for Havana cigars. Him of all people, you'd think would want to open up cigars sales with Havana. I mean, what is going on with him? I mean, we have no restrictions on trade with Cuba under the Obama administration. Why doesn't he want to bring in cheap Havana cigars? What's the deal? I mean, you'd think most people in his category would. I'm not a cigar smoker, but, you know. Good to know. I don't believe in ingesting anything that's dangerous to your lungs. Hold on, please. I will respond to this phone call. Go ahead.
Call from
Gary.
Okay, Gary, go ahead.
press 1. Send a voice.
Yes, Gary, can I help you? Yes, can I help you, Gary? Yeah, we have his voice. Gary's voice is pretty identifiable. It's a match for the guy who's been swatting us. Yeah, he's the guy, same guy who's been swatting us all this time. Time to go. Time to go. Isn't that a Pink Floyd song? Time to go. Yeah, it was Gary. Gary is the guy who swatted us, apparently. He keeps calling. But we have a voice print of him, and as soon as I become president, his address is ours. We'll go right after him and prosecute him for 25 years in prison. Not to mention all the calls we have logs of. Every one of them is a threat. No, Gary Coleman died. Wrong Gary. Muskie Catcher. Are you new here, Muskie Catcher? Trump doesn't like having dogs because it's his thing. I don't blame him. I'm the same way. I don't like dogs either. Although not in the way that you don't like dogs. I raise dogs. I'm a dog whisperer. No, Gary, we're not taking your calls. Sorry. Yeah. But I can tell you dogs are a lot more work. They are. You got to walk them. Cats, you don't have to walk. You just change their cat box. You want to cuddle with your dog, you'll smell like dog shit. Cuddle with your cat, you'll never smell like anything. Your cats are clean. Your dog is dirty by nature. So I don't blame Trump. I absolutely agree. I understand why you and Melania don't want a dog. It would be very hard to keep the dog feces off of your gold furniture. I'm sorry, did I say the word S? I have said that word on occasion, CS1177. Oh, that's right. You wouldn't vote for me anyway. You're such a jerk. Yeah, in case you didn't know, the Angela Merkel said recently, publicly, that that the media has treated her like in a world of she was in a whole shitstorm. She said those words. I don't know exactly what it means in German, shitstorm. Bockmist. Scheissensnormans. We can't put them on the air because what these guys do is they wait till they get on the air and then they threaten my life. And then I have to go in and reduce their, pull their audio off the show. It's a pain in the butt. Yeah, I've said that shitstorm, and Angela Merkel said it a couple months ago. Oh yeah, and I believe other people in the media are using the S word. The S word is completely okay. It's been proven to be, without a doubt, grow a pair. Okay. Without a doubt, thank you for responding. It has been proven to be not a censored word. It describes actual feces. I don't think Mad Dog ever really was a Southern Democrat. His parents probably were, but many Southern Democrats went to vote for the Republicans because they take a better view toward LGBTQ. Actually, Republicans are afraid to come out against LGBTQ too. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not against LGBTQ. I just don't favor LGBTQ, especially considering they want to add P to the mix. Well, swear words like the F word, and only you can do that on cable, like the F word show with Gordon Ramsay. My God, man, pull yourself together! Piss off! Yeah. I can't get over his show. He's so stressed out. What is his trip? Gordon Ramsay he's got 47, 45, 48 restaurants, and he's got all these cable shows. It's amazing. The guy's one of the most prolific entertainers in American history, even though he's British. But this guy is, he's like the map of stress. Now, I am 8 years older than him, and he's got way more stress than me, I assure you. Yeah, look at that guy. It's just like, wow. Man, you just take life hard, man. You take it full force. Don't you realize that you could easily stretch your lifespan out twice as much by being less stressed out? I mean, don't you realize that you're creating your type A personality is probably destroying your personality in general? My God, man, pull yourself together! Piss off! All right. I'm sorry, I have to do this. The risotto is mushy. It's raw. It's raw. I just love those words he comes up with. The risotto is mushy. Dude, do you ever not cook risotto? I mean, everything, every single dish, every single show, it's risotto this, risotto that. Have you ever tried risotto? It's like eating mush or slop or gruel. It's like not very exciting. I mean, you go to a fine restaurant to eat risotto. Oh yeah, I'll take some mush, gruel, and maybe, slop. Be a great name for a restaurant, wouldn't it be? MSG, no MSG. Yeah, mush, slop, and gruel. Welcome to Mush, Slop, and Gruel, where we say the risotto plant, the entire recipe selection of Mr. Ramsay. We got risotto 1, we got crab risotto, we got lobster risotto. You got it. We got shrimp risotto. MSG, no MSG. Well, we don't use any MSG because Howie doesn't like it. Howie informed me that MSG causes brain embolisms in our head or something. Scarring on our brain tissue. That would explain a lot of people in America, wouldn't it? Living on MSG. Hey, do you lift weights? Come on, stop hitting on Mad Dog. No, Mad Dog, I did not serve in Vietnam. I could have served if I was 2 or 3 years older. But I definitely missed the draft. I wouldn't want to have been in the draft, man. It was dangerous. 58,000 guys died. Jeez, unbelievable. You want to talk about a little bit about the unsustainable nature of the California fire and how many people think it was caused by directed energy weapons, mainly me. Nope, they don't want to talk about it. He barely escaped alive with his 3 dogs. His cabin caught on fire on both sides, and he ran through 30 feet of long flames being driven by 60-mile-an-hour winds in a huge fire vortex. And he came to talk about it. We'll be playing this tonight. It's 45 minutes of nonstop hell. A lot of this footage is hard to find on the internet now. It's been kicked off YouTube. They don't want anyone to know the carnage of the 3,000-degree fire and how it was caused by directed energy weapons. But they have strong evidence to support this. A lot of people on the internet do. But there's been no investigation into arson whatsoever. That's a little suspicious, don't you think? Our government doesn't, they're blaming it all on PG&E. Well, there's a reason why PG&E would want to absorb that problem, because they want to raise their rates. So why not take on a class action suit for violating laws regarding electric poles? It's worse than that. It's directed energy weapons that could have been perpetrated on the human race. I know that's shocking. Some people are kind of freaked out about it. Freak out. But apparently we don't have a choice. They're going to cover the story up, and we're going to sit there and just watch it and accept it, because that's what we do. Nothing. No. Yeah, they filed for bankruptcy. They're going to absorb the loss. PG&E is underwritten by the Rothschild family. And they have within their scope the ability to carry the note, so to speak. They also have an interest in the area that's been burned to a scorched earth and no one can inhabit. They're primarily interested in fracking rights, as evinced by this map. You see, these areas that are burning happen to be the areas filled with gas, fuel. Yeah, natural gas and liquid. A lot of these areas were used for mining oil for years. In fact, LA was one of the richest oil basins in the world at one time. But it's dang near drained dry. They still pump oil in LA. Well, look at the La Brea tar pits. I mean, that you just dig down right there and you're in a gold mine, a bubbling crude. Yeah. Do you mind not talking about your pubic hairs in the show while I'm talking? Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a little bit disconcerting to think that, you know, somebody would be discussing their pubic hair in our show on a political show. You know, I think we could focus on politics, and I don't think your pubes are really that political. Unless, of course, you're a pubic stylist and you're making little heart shapes out of your pubes. Whatever turns you on, buddy. Whatever gets you through the night. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah. A heart shape is not a style. It is for pubic stylists, Gary Hull. If you're aware that pubic stylists exist, then you must really be pretty kinky. Because I just made up that term. I would much rather talk about the bubbling crude in and below the earth, the fracking area that the Rothschilds are simply mining. Yeah, they hit a gold mine there. I don't think so. I think Obama had real hair at one point before he had his brain surgery. Well, you people at iBlog are very active chat-wise. I'm amazed that you can even, you know, are you comatose or something? Or I don't normally turn to the show and go, wow. I guess you just like watching the show. Okay, that's cool. Whatever. Yeah, you're up late tonight. Did you quit another job? That's really low. Well, it's 12:30 here on the East Coast. Well, that's just when I start waking up. I stay up till at least 3 in the morning every night. It's part of the way I stay young. I believe that sleeping causes aging. Quite the opposite of what most people think. You're getting sleepy? Well, I'm not trying to make you sleepy. That's okay. You can go to bed now. It's okay. I just happen to be here. Oh, you're working on an oscilloscope? Wow, okay. That's amazing. Those are hard to wire. I've only wired 14 of them.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Yeah. See that? That's what I am. I'm almost as big as he is, in my mind. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, take that. No, I've never wired one of those. Oscilloscopes are a little bit beyond my electronics knowledge. You're amazing. Dave checks this out. Jawohl. Richard Simmons hairdo? Oh, that looks like fun. He hasn't been seen since 2017 when we had a towel over his head. He's still hiding in his mansion in Beverly Hills. Well, I don't want him to monetize it from his bedroom. Well, that'll be great. Thank you. We'll play Richard Simmons tonight. Thanks, Mad Dog. You're a big exercise buff. I can see that. Well, Richard is afraid to get out of his house. I've been trying to encourage him to get out. Richard, if you're watching, I want you to know that you're okay. You can go out and shop at Trader Joe's. No one will notice you. Richard Simmons, let me see what his last picture is. 2018. Let me see if I can... Oh, he's out and about. Okay. He's back in action. Okay, he has been seen. He was on Talk Shop Live. Here he is. Wow. Richard, you don't look so good. What's happening? Well, Dave, I believe that maybe it seems that my life has changed when I met these new people and run, 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 run. Okay, everybody, let's work out. Oh, sorry. I was drifting in this survival show. That is amazing. Well, I got to go there. Check Talk Shop Live had him, and TMZ says he's selling merchandise now. I had no idea. Check it, bleed. Richard Simmons, man, hiding and hustling with new merch and a calendar, my man. Lay some slick on me, baby. Look at that dude, yeah. Check it out, man. Richard Simmons has been hiding for almost 5 years, but that's about to change in a big way because he's about to wheel and deal again. We've learned the famous fitness guru will launch the Richard Simmons Sweat and Shop on TalkShop.live. Think QVC meets Facebook, where anyone, even celebs, can go live to plug their merch. I love the idea. Richard, you are right on, man. I think you're onto something. There are a lot of celebrities that would love, even, people that visit our room, celebrities, people that fake their identity, celebrities, that want to actually do just that. Yeah, I think it'll be a good idea. You don't like it? Cal Worthington at his dog spot does not like it. If you want to go see Cal, go see Cal. If you want to buy a car, go see Cal. If you want to get a deal and you don't know where to steal, go see Cal, go see Cal, go see Cal. David, I bet I was a workout guru. Yeah. I joined World's Gym on the year that Sam Gold sold Gold's Gym. Yeah, I was in the early stages of the bodybuilding era. Let me get a picture of my early bodybuilding years. Let me get a picture for you. Yeah, I don't like to brag, but yeah, here I was posing in a gym in 1979. I know it's hard to believe, but yeah, I've come a long way. Oh, there I was. Yep. No, that wasn't me. I'm sorry. That was Andreas Calling. But it sure looks like me, doesn't it? And you got to admit, that would have been a cool identity. Hello, my name is Andreas Calling, and I'm here to show you my abs, my strength. Yeah. The only problem, I came in third place against Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah. That's kind of funny. Yeah, you could definitely see that I was, I could have been this man, yeah. Very similar face, yeah, very. You are wondering how I could come up with this face so quickly. It's because I am an expert at digital photography and can map faces in real time due to the strength of my hard drive. Yeah. Anyway, back to you in the studio. D.T. Laura, hello. Oh yes, now I would never bulk up like that. Don't be silly, darling. No, I'm more into the smooth look, like Richard Simmons. Now there's one heck of a hunky guy. It's a bit like Greco-Roman wrestlers did to cut weight. Yeah, that's what a lot of people did back in the early bodybuilding years. Arnold was notorious for dieting right before his matches. I don't know Arnold. In case you were wondering, I'm not familiar with him personally. I've known people that known him. Everybody I used to know knew Arnold. I just never met him. Because I am a cybernetic organism, human flesh of a metal exoskeleton. I don't have a Prius, but you're right. I like Arnold. I think that Arnold's recent claims about Trump have been kind of spot on. But even Arnold went to that location in the Paradise, California area and acted like, he was there to concerned about the people. But nobody seems to be, making a big stand against this. That's the thing. No celebrities are really stepping up.
I saw your press conference with President Putin, and it was embarrassing. I mean, you stood there like a little wet noodle, like a little fanboy. I mean, I was asking myself, when are you going to ask him for an autograph or for a selfie or something like that? I mean, you literally sold out at this press conference our intelligence community, our justice system, and worst of all, our country. You're the president of the United States. You shouldn't do that. I mean, what's the matter with you? I mean, whatever happened to the strong words or to the strength of Ronald Reagan when he stood there at the Berlin Wall and he said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Yeah.
What happened to all that?
I agree. Yeah, I agree with Arnold on so many different levels. Trump hasn't been tough on the IMF treaty. The IMF treaty should have been something they should talked about. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you, ma'am? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you, ma'am? Yeah. I'm just working on the Arnold. The new Arnold, he had heart surgery, and there was a problem, and he was at Cedars-Sinai for a couple of weeks recovering. He's been through a lot. I think Arnold is doing amazingly well, considering he worked out really hard for a long time, and you can burn out. That's why I'm more into like maintenance. If I want to live to be 200 years old, I realized I could not weightlift like that back in the 70s. I said to myself, I'm not going to be a competitive weightlifter, so I'm just going to go for a smooth muscle, lean, and heart health. A lot of times when you push your body to lift weights, you're pushing your heart and all kinds of things can burst. And I think that kind of happened with him. I think he's had a quad bypass and a few other alterations, but he's had top cardiologists. That guy's awesome. No, I like him personally. I think Arnold is right on. Just because he doesn't like Trump doesn't mean you shouldn't respect Arnold. Yeah, there's no reason why you're simply mindlessly following Trump. I don't do drugs. I've never done drugs in my life. If Arnold's smoking marijuana, that's a good thing. But don't put pothead and fag in the same word together. Yeah, I'm going to purge you. Thank you. I feel so powerful when I purge you. I know you've done drugs. I can tell your brain is kind of fried, Gardilu. Yeah, you're unable to make critical thoughts. Critical. Ever feel like you've just been keep meeting the same people over and over again? Yeah. Especially online. Same usernames over and over again. Different. The usernames were changed to protect the innocent trolls. Yep, you get a large heart with athletics. I knew a guy who ran every day, and he was close friends with the guy who wrote the book on running, who died at 53 years old. And it was tragic. I mean, I remember how upset he was that his buddy died of running. You can run yourself to death doing amazing, running things, but you develop floating kidneys. Your knees start to go bad at 50. I try to maintain my physical health through diet and exercise mostly, but I need to get more exercise. I'm not doing enough. So I've crafted this video, which I'm forced to get up and actually move my body. It's a workout exercise program I developed. It's called Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away.
All right, welcome to the show, everybody. Many of you are communicating through spiritual means, and I appreciate that. It gives you a chance to have a cathartic moment where you have a catharsis, and your love of the Lord shines through. I can say that. Or even you atheists are loving non-Lord. No, AOC is not available. She's too busy with her looking at herself in the mirror. I'm so sorry. She's not an available young lady. I can't believe you find her attractive, Pilot. Well, I mean, whatever. I mean, to each his own, right? Hey, here's a friendly thought for all of you who are thinking of voting for Bernie Sanders in the upcoming election. Bernie Sanders wrote this: a man goes home and masturbates his typical fantasy. A woman on her knees, a woman tied up, a woman abused. A woman enjoys intercourse with her man as she fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. Yes, he did. It's an absolute fact. He wrote it in the Vermonter. The Vermont Free, yeah. I'll have to prove it to you. Yeah, Snopes did a detailed assessment on it. Yeah. Bernie Sanders, 1972 essay, Snopes. Did he write it on rape? Answer. We're looking at Snopes right now. I'll give you the link. Are you waiting? Here we go. The answer is true. Da, 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 da. You lose. I send Snopes links to all these Democrats. They just love it. Yeah, there you go. Read all you want. Bernie the Pervy. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for that assessment. Yeah, I got ahead of you on that there, buddy. I don't need to show the full argument. I just said it's true. Thank you. Snopes says it's true. It is true. Read it and weep. Thank you. Do I trust Snopes? No. I mean, Snopes has got a lot of problems, but if you're a Democrat and think Bernie didn't say that, you need to get educated. Yeah, he wrote it. Oh, yeah. Bernie was known as the moocher by all his friends, and he didn't really have that many friends. He used to go into refrigerators in Vermont and steal their food, and I don't mean just the bad food, the good food. Yeah, he would frequently do this. And everyone needs to know that Bernie is making $2.3 million a year now on his book signing deals. He's a real capitalist pig. Yeah, he's still a moocher. And guess what else? He threw that election and gave it to Hillary. I don't want to make Benghazi an issue either, Hillary. That was all about doing whatever Hillary wanted. Yep, he had a chance to win that nomination. He purposely screwed it just to make money. Huh? Yeah, that's the actual newspaper. That's the paper it was written in. You can read about it yourself. Thank you for providing yourself a link where you can see. He quoted it from a smut mag to prove his point. Dude, there's nothing to disprove. Bernie said it. Are you that in love with Bernie that you can't dislodge yourself from this perverted person? Wow, you are hooked, line, and sinker, man. Y'all need some medication. Whoa, dude, that was like really intense, man. For sure. Yeah, that was amazing. I'm the internet ibuprofen. Won't cure you, but takes away a lot of the pain. Thank you, Pilot. That's a nice way to characterize what we do here. We have an unbelievable viewing audience every night, a lot of intelligent people. So thanks for joining us every night, all of you. Realize that we're probably with the few, the rare, the lucky who are aware. And some of us are in the process of trying to be aware. That's your choice. Yeah, great hair. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know. I love this hair. It's my favorite hair. But we have a beautiful country, and there's no reason to think that we can't, make things safe for us. $1 billion to make a 1,000-mile container fence doesn't seem like a lot to ask. So let's get behind Donald Trump on this one and keep fighting for his fence, because it's my fence, and he won't call it a fence. My idea of a 1,000-mile fence is essential to our security in the 2020 period. Without it, we're going to be facing a huge conflict at the border. I'm positive that the problem with the population growth in South America rising at 31% per year is bound to spill over into our country's borders. And if we listen to people like Nancy Pelosi, we won't have a plan. Beto O'Rourke wants to get rid of the fence entirely. He actually openly said he's going to take down all the fencing completely. They literally want to open the border to anybody, because these people in the Democratic Party are New World Order puppets. At least Donald's fighting for the wall and has fought for the wall. And that's something that I don't discount at all. Having had most of my ideas cherry-picked by Donald Trump, I'm in a unique position to actually look at his idea of moving on as a possibility. I don't see a problem with the idea that, he may even run for 2020 election. Doesn't bother me. If Mueller and the Democrats can't pull up an impeachment charge against him, then the will of the people have spoken. Or the power of the Zionist movement controlling the minds of Mueller and the Democrats have spoken. One or the other. Apparently the Democrats have done next to nothing. They've proven to be dunces. Ocasio is making a mockery of the Democratic Party. Her statements are so off the cuff that she's looking more and more like a communist, and the Democrats are looking more and more like socialists. So our centrist party in America's Third Party really has common sense solutions for the country, as opposed to what we're getting out of their mouths. They won't come up with a pro-legalization campaign. I will. I stand by recreational marijuana legalization across the board. I will never, ever kowtow to somebody saying, we're not going to do that, David. We want to make more money on illicit drugs and pharmaceuticals. No, the American people have woken up. The pharmaceutical industry is already buying patents on cannabinoids and CBD and all kinds of things. So we're seeing great progress there. There's no way that someone is going to intercept a plan that is so powerful. Because, frankly, the people have spoken. And we, the people, have had enough. Enough of the two-party system, enough of the lies and deceptions from both the left and the right. Ironically, Trump was right when he said that they're lying about the border and where illegal drugs are coming, but he lies a lot, too, on many other issues. He's been caught in about 5,000 lies in the past 2 years. So I guess it takes one liar to know another liar, but Trump definitely spotted it square on that they're lying to us about the border. Beto O'Rourke doesn't have a clue as to how endangered species are going to be affected or impacted by a fence. He's talking out of his ass. And I can assure you, he doesn't even understand where we're going to put the fence. That's the sad part about the Democrats. And if you think of Medicare for All plan with Kamala Harris is going to be a big thing for America, they estimate it's going to cost $40 trillion. I don't think the Democrats won with Obamacare. I think they lost. I think people are paying higher rates than ever before, and they don't want to pay any more rates. They don't want to face more charges. And there's no way we need Medicare for all when we've already got Medicaid for all. Hello? A liar. So this is it, everybody. This is the end of our Sustainable Saturday show. Yeah. So we're going to play a little retro song here from REM, and we'll see where we go from there. Somebody said that the end of the world was going to be February 5th. Well, we made it another 11 days. How about that? Yeah. All right, give yourself a pat on the back. The apocalypse hasn't happened, according to some nutcase online. We made it another 11 days. But we still have to keep fighting for this third party. So let's keep it up. I'm taking a day off tomorrow. I hope you do too. Enjoy your Sunday. I'll be back on Monday with Conspiracy Monday. Thanks for coming in, everyone. We can't stop, and we won't stop.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop.